2/3
a beer, 1/3 milk.
What?
2/3 beer, 1/3 milk.
Interesting.
I made me and some
There we
friends
go.
drink
I
that.
don't know what the fuck was happening.
It actually wasn't terrible. I thought it'd be worse.
You missed some riveting conversation, Iris.
No, I heard most of it.
Okay.
At least,
We're
at least
leaving
after,
right?
after I showed up, I was just like, there was some stream issues where it's like they weren't hearing you, and that was because I had the wrong. There's two
I'm glad you tunnel
output
visioned
devices. There's two output devices on my headphones, and for some reason, why did all of my tabs just close? I need to.
That's unfortunate.
Did you hit the red X?
No,
Ain't that one motherfucker from the
and not
Titans?
closed, but like minimized. All of them minimized in like.
Which mother yucker from Teen Titans?
Red
Red
X.
X.
That's a character.
Yeah, what
Never
about
heard
him? He's cool.
Dimitri said Red X, so I said ain't that
Oh.
one motherfucker from Teen Titans.
Okay.
I guess so.
Brandon, a brilliant leap of logic went, hey, words? Words.
Work.
Me when I want a fun word processing software and I don't like Google Docs.
Not even English.
All of those words were English. Whether it was coherent is...
It was not coherent. Whatever. Okay, I didn't major in grammar. Frick you.
Can you major in grammar?
Probably.
No.
How am I supposed to know?
The
don't
closest
think
would
so.
probably be English
Same thing.
in
There's
literacy.
probably some fuck off college that has like a grammar major.
Okay.
You know,
It runs on the
Something
thing.
I just
bachelors.
Yeah,
there's a system for plumbers at our community college. You get nothing from it. It doesn't count as school. It doesn't count as work. You do it and then you go and do the actual stuff to get
the time funnel.
I have a technical diploma for machining, and it's exactly the same. It's worth nothing.
Hey, I've got a bachelor's
Why would
in
that be a
psychology.
thing?
I don't.
I mean, like, I know how to
that
run
in
a
here?
mill. I know how to run a mill or a lathe. I will crash it immediately. I will hurt someone.
Become one of those fucking live leak videos.
That sounds very unhelpful.
I mean, depends on what your definition of help.
You'll learn something.
I mean, if it's
Well,
helping
the
me
people
getting my
watching
early
the
path to heaven, then sure.
The people watching the instructional video on what not to do will learn something.
I did a thing.
Okay. So,
I sent someone to heaven.
welcome everybody to session 47/45. How is everyone doing tonight?
I'm
Right.
doing good.
Woo!
I had Texas Roadhouse pork chop, and I am fucking living.
Awesome. What is that?
That is supposed to be a rounded off piece that had started to thread, but I fucking crashed the lathe and split the piece in half, sending this flying at my head.
So that explains why you are the way you are.
how'd you go and do that?
See, what you want to do is do small, consistent runs. You don't want to say,
Fuck it,
That's
we
not
all.
that's not what you want.
Then
That
go
was-
ahead.
Sometimes you gotta learn the hard way.
I never got hurt. That's not true. I did fall and hit my spine on a concrete corner.
Good lord.
But that's unrelated to. That's just something else.
That's
Okay.
unfair.
So,
Fun.
where did we leave off last session?
running.
Vecna is now past tense.
Vecna is
Vecna,
not
more like
Vecna.
Vecnud.
07 Vecna.
I made the joke first. Funny. I'm funnier.
Fucking
As I quit.
Arya and Akamero got 700 damage shoved directly up their ass.
I'm still alive.
Well,
How was it?
It cost me
No.
2 fucking gemstones, but yeah, you're allowed.
Not everyone can say they
I'll
fought
Venmo you
God in
300
one.
gold.
no one fought
we
God
really
in one here.
did.
Hey, if
We
I'm
met God
alive, I
and
win.
survived.
Hey, if we live, we still won by technicality. Okay.
I don't know if that's true,
Um,
but go off.
We met God and survived.
Sure.
And that's what matters.
We met two guys. I think
That
we-
is
we're
also
from-
a
we-
strong word.
We saw Kellenmore as well.
I
did
was
in
standing
fact see
directly
Kellenmore.
in front of Helm. I don't know what you mean by met is a strong
I
word.
feel like met implies an exchanging of words. I don't think that happened.
I
Sure we
almost
did.
successfully banished his ass. Almost.
See,
half.
the thing is that he had unlimited.
Yeah, if only he
fucking-
didn't say "fuck you," no, an infinite amount of
So-
time.
unlimited reactions. Already, how does that make sense within world? Also, unlimited
I
fucking.
think it's that he's simply fucking precognizant and can see the future and knows exactly how to move to fucking hit the 4 billion heads of the false hydra to kill it instantly.
Some real Devil May Cry type shit.
Just imagining fucking Helm like doing an air combo on the fucking false hydra. I am the storm that is approaching.
Jesus.
I love
Voice
that song.
Okay. But yes, so last we left off, the 2-session debate came to a conclusion of with everyone deciding to help Vecna. Has anyone heard from Ishmael?
Nope.
He's idle. And I really wish he was actually here for being in his home city.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, you all eventually joined Vecna. He revealed that he had a false hydra on his person, giving you all circlets of mind blank, which were inevitably meant to neutralize the effects of the false hydra. And then everyone
has psychic damage. By the way,
and immunity to psychic damage. And then everybody made their way into Tradisum, encountered the very friendly, very non-racist Darrow and Duragar.
He specified.
in
He,
I mean,
Gnome.
He was the least racist one in the city, possibly.
he explicitly said no. Just
And
so we're
I-
clear, I'm racist.
And I was very explicitly, and I explicitly was using sarcasm when saying that he was very not racist. But
Say you're racist,
eventually,
there's no coming out
you
of
found-
that.
was actually
you found the fragments of the tower. Not the fragments of the tower. You found the last ritual fragments that he needed to ascend to godhood. Went to the abandoned castle of Tradisum to complete this ritual, and thus witnessed Vecna attempt to ascend to godhood by challenging Kellenmore. I hate that you quoted that. But amidst interrupting the ritual itself, Helm entered the scene and began to slaughter the board alongside his acolytes or his paladins, supposedly under his control: Titus Rascul, King Gilgamesh, and Viserys. All of them showing up as and slowly dwindling the unimportant NPCs that were joining in this defense. I should really read stat blocks before I just input them, because the Orthons were so fucking useless. I thought those guys were actually like powerful. And it's the same thing with the Purple Worm. I was like, I just put everything into the stat block, and then I was like, okay, this should clearly be powerful, without actually reading. Oh yeah, there's nothing that like saves it, like with resistances or like magical effects. Fucking nothing. And then like 200 HP went by like that.
It felt pretty cool though.
It felt
It
really
did
cool.
feel really
It
good.
did, like. I'm glad that you guys had your moment of like actually being looking
Eviscerating
strong.
a fucking giant
Eviscerating
motherfucker.
The first
a
time
motherfucker.
I have encountered a purple worm, and we eviscerated it.
It's technically the first time I encountered a purple worm. I encountered an orange worm, which was a purple worm but lava in a different campaign.
Sick.
Interesting.
I got bored by it and turned
Love
into
the
a
concept.
big
Mm.
What?
Did not need to
Wait,
know.
what did
bored and
Anthony
turned into a
recognize
big
that? Oh
Bored is a
yeah,
pretty
I remember when that
word.
happened.
Yeah, he was also in the worm in the moment.
Why does
Previously
John
bored.
know that?
I was
Don't
also there.
ask.
Was this during like the system test thing?
No,
system...
no one else was there. This
No.
wasn't an in-person game. I think he was just
I was there.
reacting
I
at the
was the
word
worm.
for.
I was there.
Yeah.
But Helm cleared the board, killed Vecna, destroyed specific. Did not clarify. I thought there was a mistake that that happened mid combat where I thought Akamero was going for the tome specifically that had the ritual for ascending to godhood. Without realizing that it was entirely meant for a greedy pull at his entire spellbook.
No. I want no part of this goddamn ritual. It's clearly just suicide.
Helm destroyed specifically the tome.
You.
Then Helm specifically destroyed his tome, the tome that contained the ritual for godhood. But amidst the ashes of Vecna's obliterated body, was left the spellbook that he had on his person.
In related news, Glyph of Warding stocks just went through the roof.
Oh god.
I will be
yeah.
making bombs.
Oh, I don't need to know if I have this. I just have Vecna's spellbook. Of course I have this.
I also have it, so you can have it too.
Too bad you don't have Demi playing.
Motherfucker. I will
That's a fun
die
one.
on this hill that Vecna didn't have Demi plane before I did anything to his sheet. Nobody has Demi plane before I put it onto the sheet. But now because you brought it up, every fucking NPC with whether or not they can even cast that spell has Demi plane.
I have no spell slots.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
that just
mind.
makes Vecna even more pathetic by comparison.
It's just even funnier.
God damn it.
Random non-wizard has demi-plane, but fucking, ooh, I want to be a god over here, doesn't? Okay.
Yeah, try making your
Oh my
own plane
God.
before you try ruling ours.
I mean,
dumbass.
technically,
I
the
hear ya.
ritual did send him to another. Technically, Vecna did get sent to a different kind of demi plane in order to fight Kellenborn. So technically, he
demi-plane
did in
that
fact
kills you.
cast a demi plane.
Kellenborg created that plane, thank you very much.
The dimension that kills you.
Yeah, and then Vecna was sent to
You
another
said me too
state.
old.
No, honestly, I think our dimension was the dimension that kills you. I was doing perfectly fine in that dimension.
True, that's true. He didn't die in that dimension. He died in this one.
He specifically died in this one.
Oh, fun.
Okay, so
You die in the plane. You die in real life.
all right, now because Ishmael is not here for the second time in a row, I'm gonna just drop a few things that I'm gonna say came to him in a spur of the moment with the result of the death of the false Hydra.
Came to him in a dream.
A little bit of lore. So,
Lord drop.
if you recall, the tower and the castle. This, by the way, has nothing to really do with the events that occurred. Kinda. But if you recall, when both parties entered the tower and the castle, there were remnants of a recent conflict that occurred, and Vecna didn't seem to care about it. Because the night prior, Vecna had sent his false Hydra in to scout ahead, and he killed not only the entire theocratic rulers of Tradisum, which is why the castle is barren, and everyone was like, oh yeah, we had a theocracy, but like the rulers kind of didn't exist since for the last like 5-6 years, because they forgot that they had theocratic rulers the last 5 years, and also the tower was currently inhabited by the Nagpa. I don't know if anyone's familiar with them, because that is
I've
D&D
heard that
lore.
word before.
So the Nagpa are like these humanoid vultures. Like humanoid, like really scraggly vultures. If you look up Nagpa, they actually have lore in and I believe they have some relation to the Raven Queen. But essentially the Nagpa were the original people that had casted the ritual, and the ones that were the original ritual that had banished the Raven Queen and sundered their entire city. And they were still alive. The Nagpa had a bunch of restrictions that were like they weren't able to. They were slowly trying to take over the city again in the shadows, because knowing that they were going to be disgraced by the people of Judaism. And they were in the tower, but were killed fighting the false Hydra the night prior to you all making your way into the tower. Because he didn't, because Vecna wanted to make sure he was at full power and didn't want to have anything stand in his way. And that is specifically why Splint kind of remembers having all of his memories kind of pulled from Vecna, and that's why he would have remembered, oh wait, these people exist because I remember when they existed, when Vecna pulled the memories of those people from my brain to learn about it when he left the party when everyone was in the tent, left to go talk to Vecna and was like, just pull the memories out of my head. And Vecna did. And that's how he would remember everything, that all of his memories that were lost about the theocracy and about, not so much the Nagpa, he wouldn't know about that, but about the theocracy. And that would have been like a oh shit moment that happened. Probably just now.
Oh shit.
Upon the death of the false Hydra. So yeah, Vecna's not great.
bad
Not
guy.
a great person.
He was a bad guy.
I don't know if you noticed. Vecna's not a great person.
That's
just No.
flashback
Well-
of getting murdered. Hey, fucking
not a person anymore.
person
He's a
that
person.
was
godhood, and nothing was going to stop it, get in his way.
Hey,
He's not a person anymore. He's a creator. So
person that was literally kidnapped by him and then decided, nah, he would make a good god. Actually, how do you feel about all this?
No, wait. We were gaslit so fucking hard about Vecna not being bad, by the way.
I
And
was
everyone's
fucking
yeah, he's
gaslit
not
on a
that
meta
bad,
level.
guys. You know.
Iris gaslit me.
I was genuinely like, he's trying to be a good person, but also like
You
he's
were
trying to be a
straight
good
up like, I
person.
think you guys are taking into account that his name is Vecna too hard. And like, no,
It's
I think
like-
we're
it's
taking
like
into account that his
Peacekeep-
name is Vecna
it's
the
like-
right amount.
It's like Peacekeeper, where he, like from Suicide Squad, where he thinks he's doing a good thing, and he's willing to do whatever he needs to do the good thing.
And I
See, I
believe
think-
that.
unfortunately, we call those people Nazis. So
Yeah.
I think if Vecna had not been called Vecna, this would have gone exactly how you planned it. Where like, I don't
Yeah.
trust him, but we'll let him do his thing.
I should also clarify.
I disagree.
I also like to point out,
I
because I like to. I was very happy with the results. This was the arc that set up Cerdonia for me. Like, I thought about this arc about the personified gods in this world, and Vecna trying to ascend to an even higher god, to being an actual god, and being stopped by Helm and by the gods that remain. This was what I made Cerdonia off of. This was the very first arc I ever developed for
this is
the
the lore
very
that's
first
actually
group.
written down.
This was, well, kinda. There were some things that I changed for the new
This is-
lore that came about
this
with
isn't
this.
a prophecy we don't get to see.
Yeah. But this was the very, and I'm some things could have been better. A lot of things could have been less railroady. I understand. Vecna was
It
like
wasn't fun to fight him.
Vecna's like the stigma of it being Vecna of all people to be like, yeah, I want to ascend to godhood. What's wrong with that? It's like was probably the okay was probably the worst thing I could have done was like, yeah, let's have Vecna be the person spearheading this. But like if it was like someone nice, if it was someone genuine.
If the character was completely different and didn't kidnap people and then, slaughter towns and make it known that that's what he's doing, yeah, sure.
Honestly, I think Eru
Sutton-
still would have had problems with it.
He kidnapped
I
Sutton.
could see an argument for having
him kidnapping Sutton was initially supposed to be a way to get Sutton out of the picture because Sutton was originally a player character and then their player left the campaign, so I was like, oh well, we got to find some way. And then it turned into, oh, Vecna can use Sutton to try to learn more about the Raven Queen because her whole lore was about like her researching the Raven Queen and then dying because of it because the people of Latuco, her native people, saw that as like bad. They saw her like essentially witchcraft and burned her at a stake. And then Vecna wanted to try to like interrogate her about her research, which eventually led him to Tradisum. And it wasn't like, oh, she was being tortured or anything. She was literally just held in a bubble, constantly questioned about it until she finally caved. But it wasn't like
she was just imprisoned.
She was just imprisoned, yeah.
In solitary confinement with no outside contact with anyone except Vecna.
Yeah.
Surely that can't be torturous.
You can't tell me that it's because his name is Vecna. Up until this arc, we were like, Vecna hasn't hurt us in any way. He's not a huge deal. We'll go talk to him. And then we talked to him, and we're like, no, this guy's bad news.
And then we talked to him. He says, I want to become a god. I kidnapped 2 of your friends. I'm sending monsters out of the Underdark to attack people randomly. And I want to become a god.
But no, the reason we don't trust him is because his name is
That
Vecna.
was because Sutton told him that, like, learning about the Raven Queen would become enemies of the Latuco people. And the Latuco people were actively trying to, like, not get him to go into the Underdark. But I didn't. It wasn't brought up in the revised conversation. But when he brought it up, he was very casual. Like, yeah, it doesn't really matter to me. I mean, I can just stop that if it's something that if you want to make it part of the deal, or if we just want to not do that at all, I can just stop doing that.
He'd stop it regardless if he became a god, even if it wasn't part of the deal.
He just keeps doing it for fun.
Yeah, he said once he ascends to godhood, he seeks
Wasn't
the
our
full
deal,
Hydra
guys.
on Latuco people.
Monsters upon me.
You guys didn't put a no false hydraing innocent civilians clause in the deal. Sorry.
Look, if I gotta be the god of death, I'm gonna commit.
Okay. But I'm glad we got this healthy discussion out of the way.
45 minutes.
We are all under the understanding that Vecna was bad. I had an idea that wasn't really developed fully, and because this plan was 4 years old.
To be fair, I did really enjoy fucking railing on Vecna about his plans to ascend the
Yeah,
gods.
I would have actually loved if we had gone and
that brought out my
I would have honestly loved if we had actually gone into an actual 3-hour debate with you and me just role playing as Vecna and Eru just having tea time over this discussion.
I could have done that.
I could have, but I would have felt bad for all the other 8 players that are in this campaign.
You know, I got the perfect thing for that.
I'd sit there for 30 minutes on complaining.
Constant Dragon Chess rolls. I don't even address it. It just happens off screen. It just happens between you and like John.
I would start pulling out moral axioms on this motherfucker. I will not play.
I can't fucking win.
Good God
Which
damn
only
it.
only adds to Rory's character. It
I
makes sense.
think,
Okay.
I
That's
think
the
the
Roy's
only
character.
time you won was when you were playing against Yasrina on the ship, right before
Yeah.
fucking Cusco
I
ate
had,
your
like,
Fucking
instinct in
dumbass
wisdom.
bimbo.
Dumbass bimbo.
God damn.
God
Was that not
motherfucking
what
damn.
Nevaeh was going for?
God motherfucking damn.
Was that not what Nevaeh was going for?
She was a sapphic woman trying to find herself.
Uh-huh.
And
that
then she
completely
died.
fumbled a court case because of how blatantly obvious they tried to make it that they were not the killer, but if they were,
And that's
they were
bimbo-ish?
making, and they made themselves guilty, but just by being like, I didn't do it, but if I did, O.J. Simpson style, if I killed them.
If I did
That's
it.
pride. That's
Listen.
pride. That's not bimbo. That's pride.
She was on
That's
the
pride.
anti-bimboification arc. She was on the de-bimboification.
She wasn't
was-
bimbo before.
I don't think I should, but I don't think it's
I'd say
ever
she
gonna
was
come
more
up ever
ditzy.
again. That was Aurora, by the way. I
That
don't
was
think I
what?
ever brought it up. Aurora was the one that killed Yasrina's mentor. Aurora was the one that
God,
killed
Motherfucking.
Aurora was the one that let all of the shit go down involving Titus Rascul and killing the Don Kelleon. Aurora's been the one behind all of the shit going on in Uruk, and that never got brought up because nobody investigated
Everyone
both of those
was
because
fucking crazy.
because Titus left the campaign and so did Yasrina. So those arcs kind of just fizzled into like people's backstories and never got addressed again.
It's
To
honestly
tell
kind
me
of-
that all this shit that went down is the whole reason I got fucking sent out as an ambassador. Everything is my mom's
Yeah.
fault.
Yeah.
What's really cool about like when people leave, you just get to Game of Thrones, just kill them. You don't have to make a tough decision. You're like, oh, I want to set the stakes here, but like, who has to take the bullet? Oh, convenient person without sentience.
To be fair, Yasrina killed herself off before she left the campaign. Like,
Yeah, she's like, I'm good.
we tried
Yeah,
to
she
revive her.
actively-
We used the whole ass. We had
they
to
wanted
use the whole
to-
ass revivify on her. It didn't work though. And she
They
just
wanted. I
left.
think they wanted to come back as a new character, but that never went anywhere. Like they left mid-session as soon as their character died. But I don't
They're
know.
pretty busy now.
Anna still wants to come back, and I haven't heard any.
I
But
thought Anna would be back today.
I thought Anna would be back today too, but they haven't. I completely forgot about it because I was stressed over finals, and Anna never really texted me at all this week. So it's like a low-key. I was just in Out of the Abyss.
Yeah.
Anyways,
anyways,
I'm about to finish my cup of coffee before we even get started. So where did everyone teleport to? Because I remember certain people teleported away and other people just ran out of the castle. And then I know Akamero and Arya, you both wake up alive again, having died Akamero for the second time in a row. Actually, both of you have died twice now. As both of you
Technically
wake
3
up
times.
to
Woke up, dimension doored out, and said,
Oh, yeah.
ball.
Because of the vestige.
because of the vestige. Yeah, you've both technically died 3 times in a row. I'm not gonna
In the
count
past,
Arya.
Like, not even a week.
Not even a week. No, it actually has been a week. I did the calendar. But it's only been like a couple extra days after a week, in which you die.
That's still pretty good.
Let me verify.
That's pretty good.
Yeah,
folks.
it's. Oh no, actually,
Take
never
those.
mind.
Aw.
No, it's been
No,
it's been a week. And it's almost been 2 weeks. It's been the Battle of Ithaca happened on the 33rd. The day prior is when you died for the first time on the 32nd, and this session is taking place on the 47th.
Good shit.
So
I've
like
only
15
died
days.
technically once.
15
which-
days, but 8-day weeks. It's like just barely a week. It's just barely less than 2 weeks. But yeah,
I've only died technically once, and that time was a long time ago.
Do you wanna experience a message, Jeff? Just cause?
No, I don't think I do. Will I get cool powers?
I see no reason to suggest you
No.
won't.
Damn it.
Well,
Then, no, I'm good.
okay, so you both awake to Rory plunging a gem that dissipates into your chest, into your bodies as you wake up with a start, having being revived.
I wake up, go, oh shit, grab Arya out the dimension door. We got revived.
To me,
we got revived
Rory is
in
just
the
left
fight.
in the space, having
I'll
just
meet you guys
witnessed.
out there.
That was the plan. We got revived mid-combat, and we said, get the fuck out.
Yeah. Well, you didn't seem to have that much agency on the hecatoncrease.
Okay.
Anyways,
Eru
so-
teleported dimension door to the city gates.
to the city gates. Okay, so you've completely abandoned everyone else. Did you bring anyone with you?
I think I brought Splint.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
right.
So you and Splint have abandoned the rest of the group who you think might be
Me and
dead.
Arya me and Arya are with. Oh, I moved my spider.
You
Spider
put your
tab,
spider
by the
on
way.
you.
Oh,
I mean,
actually, I
something-
was probably only like 100 feet away because I was watching through my familiar, which I think you can
Oh.
only do from 100 feet.
My spider's dead for sure.
Yeah, you can
actually.
only do that from 100 feet away. So you can probably. So you are on the
360.
outskirts of the city right now. Not on the outskirts of the city. You are just outside the castle.
The inskirts of the city.
Okay.
Quiet.
I mean, I can still get pretty far if this map is to scale.
I'll be across
Um,
in 2 turns.
Not really. That doesn't
I don't
make sense
think
for it to
really
only be
concerned at this
100
point.
feet.
Did we
Small
win?
tunnels.
Like, that doesn't make
Not
any
quite.
They're all
fucking sense.
gnomes, you know?
Not quite.
They're all
I
gnomes.
mean, we're still breathing,
Yeah.
aren't we?
I've got no sense of scale. So,
They're all small sized, but like still.
it's just a small town for small people.
Where like you've been in Giantomachy and like the Palace of the Acadia, where everything's like quadruple scaled for the dragons. This is all just like half scaled. So like
Yeah.
everything is just like built for a small sized humanoid.
Yeah, triggers, gnomes. Yeah.
But yeah, you all managed to
Honestly-
escape. Oh shit, where's Morgan? Or where's Daisy?
I
thought
almost
you
asked,
knew.
but I thought you knew, you like were aware of something.
I think
I'm just so brain dead. I don't know where. I'm assuming Daisy's
fault.
accidentally asleep. I hope they'll probably come back.
Reasonable assumption.
Who else are we missing then? Yeah, it's just
Ishmael.
Daisy.
Yeah, it's just Daisy, Ishmael, and Cherry. Cherry actually is the only one with an actual reason to be, aside from Daisy waking up at 4 a.m. to do this.
Kind of
It's like-
selfish.
Yeah, it's
imagine
already
not waking up.
6:30. They should be up and at it.
Come on.
To be fair, we're staying up until like 5 a.m. for these, so
Yeah,
Yeah, I
but
gotta be. I gotta
Yeah,
be.
it's not
They're
good for my
waking
hanging
up
out
at
with family at like
6:30.
9.
They're waking up at like 5:30, staying up for like 3
I don't look at
hours,
it-
and then going back to bed.
I'm the
don't-
most unemployed person here, so I have no excuses, but
I don't wake up that early for my employment.
Me neither.
You're right. Right at 6:40.
Yeah, you stay
I get
up.
dressed and get out the
Yeah.
door.
My hours are like I leave my work closing at like an hour before the actual session.
You've said before, I need to stay up so I can get to work.
Oh, that's like the occasional times I have to wake up at like for an 8:30 shift. But like that's
Yeah.
if I'm opening, which only happens on Mondays.
Yeah.
Anywho now. So you've all been hit with this striking revelation that's really only like 2 minutes old at this point. Unfortunately, all the significant people involving this revelation are not here. AKA Cherry and Splint, or Cherry and Ishmael.
Yeah.
But even still, you all have met gods for the first time.
Erud is furious.
You now understand that they exist. You now understand that they exist and that Vecna is dead.
Fucking good.
Are we sure he's dead? He was a lich.
His body died. His phylactery is probably reforming, but Helm has been told where to go and presumably can get there very quickly.
Also, if there's someone who can kill you good enough to where a phylactery can't even bring you back, it's those motherfuckers. Like,
I mean, you can always go back to the. You can go back to the camp if you want to like find out.
Can I do an arcana check real quick for something unrelated?
Library.
Can a vestige kidnap a lich?
How well do you think?
If it has a symbol.
How well do you guys think we could bluff our way through his fucking followers and say, yeah, he became a god, and then just fucking rob the place?
There's no way we're bluffing to his followers.
I should point out all of the followers were like clerics and warlocks, so they are undoubtedly losing their minds at the realizing that all of their magic is fading away because
it would have to be a really good bluff then.
They don't know that
we're not
we
bluffing.
can.
Let's just leave it to Helm. You know, we can leave him on cleanup duty and possible genocide of these followers. Like, I'm not going to take part in that.
It's a
Helm doesn't seem like that's his MO.
Why are we talking about this like we need to go through there? We can just teleport from here.
We don't have to involve ourselves with this any further.
No. I have parked my turtle with him, unfortunately.
Fuck. Yeah. Wait.
Well,
Ever, do you still have a 5th level spell slot?
5th? No.
Fuck. Okay.
Do I even have any spell slots? Did any of you?
I should also point out it took a day's worth of travel from the surface down to where you are now. A half day extra a few extra hours from the camp to the surface but so you're gonna need maybe a couple of those spells if you want to try to get out of here just by teleporting straight up.
I was going to just magic circle us out.
Yeah, I've got
that. Okay.
Yeah. Teleportation.
That being said, not an option.
I mean, it is if we wait 8 hours. Like,
well, no, because we can't teleport to Domus. There's no circle there.
We need a teleportation circle to teleport to.
Yeah.
Teleport Tula.
Okay.
You reckon we're 500 feet deep?
I think
a little more than that. Just a little. Just think like 5-ish miles.
That's only a couple.
So that's a yes then. At least 500 feet.
If we upcast it, we can probably get
it's a number.
The only way out is through, it appears.
All right, start digging.
You ever heard of Hollow Earth? It's that.
Again, call me Driller Deep Rock Galactic because I'm going diagonal.
Iris,
Underdark is?
I want to verify the demon hive mind. We've established that it also reads thoughts, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Then I'm
well,
not.
We aren't part of the hive mind, so nothing.
You're not, but other people are, and I'm not going to interact with them.
What?
Don't worry about it.
What?
What an odd thing to say.
No, okay, so the hive mind can read the thoughts of only the people that are in the hive mind.
Yeah. I was contemplating sending to Athena, but not a good idea if we can't control the circumstance in which that occurs.
Can you sending Athena? Do you have that much of a connection with Athena?
I've certainly met her before.
We've met.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure I'm familiar. Yeah, it doesn't set any bar for it.
Okay.
Yeah,
I thought it was something like scrying, where it's you have to be somewhat familiar with.
If
No.
we if we
Usually on
go
the
back
same plane,
if we go
but-
back to the baby, does that count as one of their objects?
Oh my god.
I think the baby's still alive. So,
Yeah,
no.
the implication of that implies that it's a
What?
that the baby's dead.
True.
Yeah.
I
We're not
mean,
killing the
you know, we can.
How
That can
important is
happen.
this sending?
Okay.
The
I
hardest
just spent-
decisions require the strongest wills.
You just spent
No,
like a
I
couple
spent
grand
3
to
months
make sure
with the
that baby
gold
doesn't die.
for the-
So
yeah.
Nah, that's entirely unnecessary.
okay, so are you guys making your way up to the surface immediately, or are you going to stop at Vecna's camp?
I
We
think
can
stopping
listen
at
to
the
the
camp
full
would get
line.
us killed.
Well, hold on. It doesn't matter if they're a bunch of followers of Vecna. They no longer have their magics.
They still have knives, and there were like
No,
10,000 of them at
But they,
least.
they
Okay,
don't know
I can
we
handle that
killed
by
him, though.
myself.
Again, they don't know that we killed him.
Sure.
Yeah,
Well,
there's
they know
no-
he's dead, and that we were supposed to not let him die. So we kind of
But they were also
like,
under
best
the
case,
we don't interact
we were
with
I,
derelict
I
in our
should
duties.
let me clarify the implications according to the cult of to the followers of Vecna. They knew that there was a possibility that Vecna was going to die and that it was going to fail. You were all given rewards, you were given rewards if he succeeded and upfront rewards if he died. So they were under the understanding that not only was there the possibility that Vecna was going to die, you all were going to survive even if he died. So there's an implication that as long as you don't, as it's not hinted at that you helped Helm in any way or helped this guardian in any way, honestly they'd see it as a revelation, like, oh my god, you've seen it. You're like the first people to survive and have seen this thing. I'm sure it was because I don't know why you survived, but you've survived. Congratulations.
We can definitely just say to speak of it is to invite it to kill you.
Yeah, it wouldn't be hard to sway them into thinking that you all survived but aided Vecna as much as you can.
I mean, me
I
and Akamair are
can
living we're pretty
succeed
beat up
that,
right
I
now.
think. I
Yeah.
have enough bullshit.
Let's get more money. That sounds fun.
Holla holla get dollar.
Exactly.
We just
Vecna-
steal the fucking tent of fucking Circles of Mind Blank. Make millions of
Vecna is on
gold.
the precipice of life and death. We can save him for 10,000 gold.
Nigerian prince them.
I assure you, followers of Vecna, to return your god to you, we must simply receive all of your circlets of mind blank.
I am an Ithacan
A
prince.
$50 gift card from the local Walmart.
Okay, so
You can save
so
him.
what is the plan here?
Let's just go through it. Let's just see what they have.
Aaron
Okay.
summoning the horse again.
Fair.
Peter, the horse is here.
The horse.
If
I
I
believe the
can
horse was always there because the Phantom
it
Steed was
died.
never.
It got
die.
super killed.
If I can
Did it?
ritual cast while we're walking, I'll summon my spider again.
Was the Phantom
think-
Steed a part of?
I
Was the
can give
Phantom
us-
Steed in the explosion? I don't think so.
It had 1 health. I think it took damage from being near someone. Like,
No, I think it tried to attack one of the people that was running
It
past.
attacked Gilgamesh.
Yeah. I think it tried to attack Gilgamesh, and then Gilgamesh was like, "Yeah, fuck
No,
you," and just obliterated it.
I'm pretty sure it died to like fucking some sort of explosion or something. Like
It
some
died
AoE
to-
thing.
Because like
It died to
the
Hellboy,
explosion
apparently.
really only had like a 15-foot radius from Vecna. So
No, it
wa-
definitely wasn't the 700 damage explosion, but it was some sort of AoE effect that killed it.
I got you. Okay.
I don't remember which one it
regardless.
was, but like,
I got you. All right. So yeah, you conjure up your Phantom Steed again, and you all make your way up to Vecna's camp. You all gain the benefits of a short rest as you do.
Cool. Hit die
As you
time.
make your way in, there is frantic, like, you can hear the frantic movements of everybody in the camp. The illusory magic of the main entrance has fallen, as all of you see the frantic movements of all of the followers just freaking out about the death of Vecna. They seem to understand that their magic is either waning or completely gone at this point, and they are terrified as they're frantically running about trying to figure out what to do. You see there are even the Cyclopes are gone. They have seemingly left.
Good for them.
We could have talked to Onset.
Free my homie Cyclops.
Yeah.
We could have brought Onset with us.
You see one of the cultists like running about, turns and sees you all entering and approaches. It's like, oh my god, what happened? What has happened? You were with Vecna. Is he gone? I can't feel my magic anymore. What happened?
Yes, he is indeed gone. He should be back relatively soon.
He's not. We've scryed. The library is destroyed.
Yeah,
Erupted into flame. The entire library is destroyed. The library was near where his phylactery was in. The library is destroyed.
Erud looks genuinely like dismayed at this, not because of Vecna, but because of the library.
We think the phylactery exploded, but we're not sure how that happened. You saw his death, right? You've seen the creature. What is it?
We cannot tell you because if we do it, you so to protect you, unfortunately.
But you're alive, right?
To speak of the creature would invite death upon you all.
But you've seen it.
No, it's gonna hunt us down, but that's why we're running.
It's a conscious creature. It's fully conscious.
There must be something.
Hold on. I'm gonna do something fucked up here. I'm gonna message this guy. I'll tell you if you point out what valuables remain here.
Go ahead and make a persuasion check.
Oh my god.
With advantage?
Flat. I'm not.
With advantage.
No.
I mean, he would want to know. Oh my god!
My fucking god.
Well, good work.
Holy shit.
Nice.
I fucking hate it
my
here.
god.
I hate it here.
For the record, my spellbook, his Vecna spellbook is deeply hidden in my backpack, not to be seen.
Holy shit. I don't even. Oh my god.
It's Wendell.
There's always a
Oh
chance.
my god. Okay.
They're in distraught.
In the back,
I don't even know.
A cultist screaming, "Do not redeem me."
This was not information I had.
Figure it out later, I suppose.
He messages you and he messages you and he says, "This was not a home base. We only have the circlets and our eyes, and our medallions, but that's it.
The circlets will do.
What?
Those are probably the most valuable thing this motherfucker has possession of. Those are 9th level spells, no attunement, in a hat.
Permanence.
We have 10 circlets of mind blank.
By my count, you have 11, and I point to his chat to his. The Hydra is dead.
No. What?
A lot of things died. We died.
Oh my god.
I'm alive.
Oh, fuck. Okay. Okay. Then these are fruitless. And he takes off his circlet of mind blank, offers it to you, and he says, "We have 10 circlets of mind blank. and we have mage seekers in the back, but that's about it. That we don't have any magic. We don't have any magic items on our persons, but we have 10. They are in his main encampment, and we have the mage. We have the mage keeper, the mage seekers, in cages off in the corner. But that's about it.
Thank you.
Would a mage seeker mean anything to me?
Probably not. No.
Fair.
Like
Definitely
an animal
intrigued.
that hunts mages.
The cage there does suggest that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mage Seeker sounds pretty self-explanatory.
Fucking every time I hear Mage Seeker, I just think Red Circle Arrow, the Silas game.
Thank you for your cooperation. To uphold my end, the gods do remain. One by the name of Helm struck Vecna down, nearly took us as well.
As he sinks into himself, he's like,
You know, it's kind of weird. They're actual gods, yet they decided to beat the crap out of us, and they aren't really doing anything about the problems happening right now. It's kind of irony in that, also kind of petty.
And
If we do live on, I do hope to hear some explanation somehow.
Oh yeah, definitely.
he just you see him sink into himself as he's in deep contemplation, as he just looks up with fear and but almost like this there's a sense of clarity with him as he says, "Thank you. Finally, some answers, but more questions. I thank you." And he takes his circlet and he hands his circlet to you, and he also hands you this medallion, as he says, "This won't be fruitless if the conduit was destroyed, but it's something." And he offers you this medallion that is in the shape of an eye that all of the cultists have on them, on their persons, as he offers it to you, and he walks away.
I'll get his name before he goes for the purposes of sending with him later.
Okay. Name, sure. Yeah.
Skillet?
No.
Skillium.
Akis Sirov.
Akis.
Akis. AKISS.
All right.
A kiss.
Sure.
You know, that would be easier to say, I'm not gonna lie.
If
No.
you find any more,
Dream on.
I will send you in a month's time if you have any more information on gods. I'd be happy to collaborate with you.
I appreciate it, but I won't be much very collaborative, for I bear no understanding of the gods. But if anything does come up, we can certainly converse.
Thank you.
Okay.
And I'll go jack all that loot.
Okay.
You're
So
doing
you
what
are
to the
able
loot?
you are easily able to find all of the medallion, all of these circlets within his main encampment, and then you make your way to the cages in which he's directed you to, and the creatures that nestled in their cages, laying on the ground, laying in the bed of their cages until you spring up and your scent alerts them immediately in a ravage frenzy, are 5 mage hunters.
Oh hell no, they got cazadors in this bitch. Fucking kill them.
No, we can use these. These
Nah.
would actually be fun.
Fucking
Dude, what the fuck is this?
That looks like some xenomorph Starfield type crap.
bro is from
Some
the Big
space
Mountain
bugs.
Research Facility. Motherfucker cannot use cazadors.
Ew. It looks like some what is that dang space movie where they kill all the bugs? Yeah.
I was gonna
Starship
say-
Troopers?
Yeah, that one. Yeah, that's the one.
I was gonna say like Halo, like they kind of just look like the especially
I
like
mean,
the
they kind
purple
of look like a
crystals.
needler. They look like a needler crystal. Yeah.
I'll turn.
Nah.
I'll turn to the group. Do we have any use for mage seekers?
Well, given that most of us are mages, I don't think we particularly do. Also, they
They
kind of give
are
me the
like
creeps.
you see that like upon your approach to them, your almost arcane scent that emits from almost all of you at this point with all of your magic items and your spell casting abilities. They immediately erupt in a frenzy as they start rattling in the cages and start like almost like rabid animals trying to break out of their cages to get you, but it is to no avail.
You know, these would be kind of nice to teleport on Zeus's space. I'm not gonna lie.
I think it would be most humane to put them down.
I'll cast Sickening Radiance in the center. They need to succeed on.
That's the least humane way you could possibly do that.
You literally just killing them with the plague.
Like we could just
No,
we could damage
it's
them.
Chernobyl.
You are just irradiating them to death.
How much
That's
damage does
horrific.
this deal?
It's 40-10 per turn, but more importantly, it lasts 10 minutes, and if they fail 6 saves, they stack up 6 exhaustion and die.
Yeah, it doesn't really even matter. They can't leave their cages. They can't leave their cages. So for 10 minutes, you just see them shambling around as they are slowly like just wheezing out and slowly just falling apart, and eventually all 5 of them just collapse and die. To the very surprise of a bunch of cultists just spectating amidst the chaos that's already happening in the encampment. But they don't even seem to care because their entire following is crumbling to the ground upon the death of their leader. What's 5 more mage hunters?
Yeah, their cult leader just got. Like,
I think Dimitri just decided Akamero has to die.
Yeah, something about that. Something about the
You
merciless
have
suffering
fireball. Instant.
Those things are way too strong to fucking look at them. They're fucking hulking monsters. A fireball's not going to take them out.
Well,
You could have just we could have just kept him in
Look,
the cage.
man,
and
I'm
just
running on
dropped
empty
him.
here. That's what I had that would work.
It really didn't you didn't need to do that. The cultists
I
could have
agree.
just taken care of it.
I agree. We could have.
well,
no,
there are
coulda
3
used them.
possibilities here. 1, we kill them all in the cages. 2, we let them all starve in the cages. 3, we let them out and they're an invasive species. I don't like any of those 3.
I mean,
Why
it
not
felt
just
like
let
they
them
had
out?
to
They could eat a
die.
demon's face. We could have made them eat
Look,
demons.
Look, I weighed my options. That was the most secure way I could do it.
Secure, but
Okay.
definitely not humane.
That was gruesome.
There's better methods. And you all call me the crazy one. That
No,
was-
The most secure method is letting them fucking die of starvation in those cages.
That's not secure at all. Anyone could walk up and open those cages in the next week.
fucking.
We don't know how long
that's
these
a
things. Maybe
problem.
these things can't starve to death.
why do we care?
I
Sure
really
looked
don't
like
care
they're fatigued
anymore.
to death.
Look, it's over. It's done with. We don't have to worry about it now.
I'd like to imagine this conversation's happening while they're getting sickening radiance for like
Yeah.
5 straight minutes.
While they're still screaming.
Look, realistically, they die in less than a minute. They have to fail. They only have to fail 6 saves. They can die in 36 seconds.
Good God.
Half a minute of
Just that-
constant suffering while they're slowly drained of their energy, of their remaining life force as they're
They
slowly
would
dying of
gladly do the same to
exhaustion.
me. They would gladly do the same to me.
They're
They worked out-
animals!
Not the point.
That's like
And I
saying
killed them.
that's like causing the
Oh, not
extinction
the
of
point.
a race of snakes because snakes would easily come and try to kill you too.
Yeah, you know, just
me-
glass
Hey,
a small
If I
population.
see a spider in my house, I whack that thing.
Me
Yeah,
eating
no.
every bee I find because it might sting me.
Jesus.
Horrible.
Okay.
If you see a spider in your house, those are domesticated and you should kill them.
I should also point out that Ishmael
They live in my
sent
basement.
me.
They don't come upstairs.
Ishmael responded to my you joining text with a selfie and said, "At work." I just
Okay.
like again,
Cool.
it's another
Hate
one
to
of
see
those.
it.
I feel like this could have been mentioned ahead of time, but okay.
So far ahead of time.
Could have
So
just
far
spoken
ahead
the
of time.
message as well.
Like I gave him a thumbs up, and then he also gave his own message a thumbs up as well.
That's base.
This guy
Reacting
doesn't-
to his
never
own
mind.
message
I'm
with
not
the
mad
same
anymore.
reacting to his
no
own
longer
message
mad.
with the
That's
same
really
emoji. It's also like
Really
it's
gets the point
also
across.
10 it's like almost 11 p.m. So he should be almost he might join. We'll see. I don't know.
Happy all night.
Anyways,
Problem solved.
So-
Moving on.
So
so
it seems.
so are you all going to try to get a rest in? It is 24-hour
Oh, I'll
travel.
sure try.
There
I
is
could
about
use some
24
sleep.
hours of travel between the surface and the camp. Do you all want to try to camp now, or do you want to try to wait and to try to camp mid travel?
We're in the Underdark. Let's camp now. I don't want to camp
Yeah.
mid-trail and get jumped by a purple worm.
Well, the
Well,
purple,
yeah, the
if a
purple
purple
worm.
worm jumps us, we'll fuck it up. Big style.
Yeah, it's just gonna be an
Big
annoyance. You
style.
know how it is. It's just
Okay.
gonna be
I
annoying.
Yeah, but
Uh,
this
Or if
time
any
it's
of
going to
those,
be
like-
two purple worms.
Or if any of those like fucking tongue stalactites try and fuck us up, we'll destroy them too. But anything else,
you know, Roper.
yeah, them's.
Yeah,
It's on
Spencer.
lag.
Spencer, you missed
Roper.
the couple interactions in which they fought a purple worm and also fought a series of ropers and a drider on the way down to Vecna's camp. So,
Very fun. It seems.
Do we want do we want a private sanctum to sleep in?
Probably
I am setting
wise.
the fire.
Sounds very nice.
ooh, you have private sanctum now. What does that look like? Are you gonna go full Liam O'Brien on that?
Oh no. Let me think about it. I think, funnily enough, in Akamaro's travels, he has not had a lot of like safe places. I think, funnily enough, when he thinks of a safe place, he thinks of Domus.
Oh,
The interior of
I think-
oh,
I
is it
think
just
his
like a
private sanctum-
recreation of Domus's like inn?
Yes, that's exactly what it is.
And it slightly like moves as if it's stepping.
Beautiful storytelling. Beautiful.
It's gonna be so
okay.
bittersweet when we find Dome is dead.
Like you can see the outside. There's just a giant foot of Atlas standing over where Domus once was.
I like the funny implication of those four cultist dudes fucking solo Domus and the four Nahuatl without magic.
And the fucking butler and guarding Telemachus.
That's a much funnier reality to me.
Okay. But yeah, there is a private sanctum. Rory, are you still with the private sanctum? Are you still setting up a campfire outside, or are you going into the private
Who
sanctum?
doesn't like a nice campfire?
That's
A
fair.
nice indoors campfire.
I feel
Well,
so vulnerable
it's-
right now. I don't want.
It's like, all right, everybody needs to look at my webcam for this joke. All right, so you camp out for the night in the Underdark. So I'm gonna need you to.
Here come the crazy
I'm
thoughts
gonna need
again.
I'm gonna need a series of dice rolls. Okay.
Where's my sanity meter?
Why do you want that ready?
Our sanity meters are cooked. What are you talking about? That would not exist
Sanity.
anymore. Our sanity meter is null. Zero.
I do have my
Gone.
5th level spell slot back now because of my fucking arcane
Stop
recovery.
looking at me! Stop looking at me!
Sanity meter? What sanity meter?
You
Lost that a
used the
long time
party
ago.
against me. You used them against me.
And it was so funny when I did so. Oh my god.
I'll-
Who's rolling?
No one's rolling. It's a joke.
Oh, okay.
was a
Okay.
bit.
I'm
We're perfectly fine.
what the fuck? Dimitri just
Weapon
lit a
design.
match and I just saw a plume of smoke enter your face like a smoke bomb.
Burn a fire.
Stop that. Stop that.
But no, for context for everyone else, I'm running an Out of the Abyss module, and one of the funny things that has happened is one of the mechanics of Out of the Abyss is using a multitude of dice rolls to determine a random encounter that happens during travel in the Underdark. And also Daisy and Dimitri are both in the campaign, and Dimitri's character is dealing with brain shit. He's losing his mind over shit that's not real. And I had Daisy at one point impersonate herself, which turned out to be an illusion that Sorrel was seeing, that Dimitri's character was seeing, which was very funny.
It broke me a little bit. It was...
You sent me that text me like, hey, can we have like safe spaces, please? And I was like,
Yeah, I was like, hey,
dying.
I don't want the entire campaign to be this. I'm gonna need a moment of clarity.
I need an understanding that like sometime we gotta
get light and veils here.
I don't want it to be the back half of the Smile movie where it turns out that everything that the climax was ended up not being real. And it's like, oh, great.
Funnily enough, I don't know if the lines and veils that I have set up includes mental trauma.
No.
Which is very funny to me, because it's like a warlock pact where it's like, yeah, here's this lines of veils. You didn't mention anything about mental stability.
We're gonna add that to the list. We're gonna get that added to the list.
You gotta write like a dictionary of all the things in the lines and veils now to make sure nothing happens. Oh my god. Okay. So, Akameru is making a private sanctum. Rory is making a campfire. Who is going where?
Sanctum.
I'll definitely go to the sanctum at the end of the night.
Okay. You're just setting up a campfire for like.
Have campfire time.
What the fucking power,
night.
hello?
The what?
Have campfire time.
Okay, so
actually I can't sleep. I'll hang out for a while.
Yeah, so what I'm hearing is campfire, then private sanctum. Okay, and that's everyone.
Yeah. The sanctum lasts 24 hours, so I'll cast it now.
Okay,
Yeah.
sounds good.
I want to cast scrying at some point on Cersei.
Cersei, okay.
Yeah.
Where would the fuck would Cersei be after this time? Where the fuck is she?
Come on.
It's been almost 2 weeks since you've seen her. I planned on her showing up in group 2 and 5, but I don't know how that's gonna work yet.
It'll figure itself out, I'm sure.
Your divination fails. Moving on.
Your divination fails. Bye.
Elbows, oh, get fucked.
In fact, as soon as you cast scrying, all of a sudden a celestial dagger pops in your neck.
Helm comes out of a portal and fucking stabs you and then fucks off.
Stop asking questions.
We get it.
We tried.
No, I
There's
would say
another copy of Vecna with all of the.
at this point in time, you'd probably see them. You'd probably scry on them. Probably at some sort of camp, either in some encampment or some sort of fighting demons. But you would definitely see them there still being alive. I will probably give you a concrete answer once I actually know what's going on during that time, but we'll see.
Later.
That's
Later.
the important thing.
Because that might also involve spoilers for the other group, because the Cersei and because all I'm gonna say is Tiresias is looking for his kid, so Wink, wink.
Well,
Anyways,
he's thinking for his kid.
he's thinking for his kid. Yeah, sure.
So,
All
Anyways,
right, gang. What's our like next immediate goal?
yes, that is a good question.
Next goal is a resupply, and then we move on to. Do we stop at Gigantomachy? Was that the next like headline?
so if you need to go to, you probably need to go manually back up to Domos. If you want to, you can magic circle to, but I don't know if that would we be able to take Domos with you if you do that. I'm not sure about about how that works.
That's
I mean, there
really
are
Um,
canon. There are magic circles big enough to accommodate Domus. We've established that.
Yeah,
Question is,
we've
would the spell
established
be able
that.
to interface?
I just don't know if your magic spell would be able to. Your magic spell would be able to do that, but regardless, you could always just go straight to Gigantomachy and use the portal to Osterinian to then get to Ampharina.
Technically, it says fucking any creature that enters the portal instantly appears within 5 feet of the destination.
Okay.
It also
So
says
yeah, then
it also says it's a 10-foot circle.
It doesn't say it has to fit in the portal. It just has to enter it.
okay. So yeah, I'll rule it that Domus can in fact. You will have to like you will have to go in first and then Domus because I just the funny imagery of Domus entering the circle and then only Domus teleports away and all of you just fall from where you whatever height you were on Domus. But regardless, but yeah, you'd be able to take Domus with you if you wanted to just magic circle straight to Ampharina, or you can go to Gigantomachy to use Osterinian. That's also an option.
I'm more talking what is our next like task we want to tackle like against the Chained Oblivion wise. Who's our next foe?
I have an option. I am in needs of returning this. And I pull out the dagger of Jormungandr. It's a tough deal. He is definitely in the Forbidden East. Somewhere underground there.
Okay.
We do have almost all of the vestiges as well. The last one is in Zeus's possession.
I would be okay with going after Zeus next. I need to return this dagger eventually. And I would like to do it sooner rather than later.
Is there urgent? Okay, there's urgency. If we're going to the east, it's not something that's strictly speaking something we need to do. But if we're already going to the east, I'm sure the Acadia would like to be put in contact with their siblings, the Wave Mothers. I don't know if that's something we can do, but if we're entertaining this as an objective, there's somewhere else we can head there as well.
Okay. I don't mind that idea.
I'm thinking about the implications of having to have all of you in one session because you're going to the Forbidden East, and that's where the other two groups are in right now. So the implications are that there's possibly going to be a 20 people session at some point, and it's going to stay like that for so long.
The super group.
The super group.
I think first priority is we've promised our presence in Gigantomachy to assist there.
Okay. It's closer by.
I have made a promise to immediately return Ereshkigal to the Acadia. But that can be done very quickly, especially if we're already around Gigantomachy and everywhere else. So let's entertain those two ideas. Any other ideas you want to put in the forefront?
I can visit my
Favorite-
library, see how that's doing. Quick
It's
stop over
alright,
at Tanaro.
That's not a bad idea.
Okay. So we'll entertain the idea of hunting down Zeus and Atlas, and we'll entertain the idea of heading to the east, and we'll see what feels like the right step in probably just under a week's time.
You know, Tanaro does have a pretty good dock in it. Could be our starting point to head to the Forbidden East.
I think we'll make a stop. in
Tanaro
Tanaro.
on the
That'll be
opposite
our
side.
way to-
I think realistically, we're going to ask the Amphiranians what their nearest dock is.
Yeah.
If they have any like, no, they don't have any other portals off world or off Ampharina. They just, that's canon. Would we know of any other teleportation circle networks?
I'm sure there are some.
No.
No. Worth asking.
I mean, I think we should focus on finishing the fight here because I assume that the Olympians will strike back soon.
I don't think they have any reason to.
Oh, they were fucking pissed.
They're pissed, but they're also doubling down on strategic outcomes right now.
Plus,
Have been?
possibly one of their biggest weapons just got fucked. And like one
Realistically,
of
I
them just
think-
got killed.
Given that we're amassing vestiges now, I think we are realistically a huge target. I think there's a good chance no matter what we do, we end up facing Zeus.
So let him come to us.
He's gonna do what to us?
He's scrying right now!
Up.
He's scrying!
I'm going to kick you from this VC, Venom.
This is a 50-year-old bird who just made a cum joke.
He clearly has been holding back.
My character was a
And he-
minor at the start of this campaign.
Nah, that wasn't in
Erud has
character.
taken an oath of celibacy, but that doesn't mean he can. And he compensates by dick jokes.
Fucking, it ain't even an oath. He just does that.
Yeah. All right.
So, rest now, and then out and onward. Oh boy, Dragon Test.
Fucking, I'm going to ritual cast. Fucking. What the fuck is it? Not scrying. Fucking divination. I'm gonna ritual cast that and fucking see how the travel back to the surface if we're going to encounter any hostility.
Oh, the implications of divination. Calling in contact with God or a God's servants?
Yeah, what does this even mean
like,
in canon?
yeah, this. What does this mean?
Helm shows up. Hey, what's up?
I imagine.
So,
I imagine to
like,
me,
I'm saying like
basically-
for literally every other implication, like for like every other,
So
like
one asked
nobody
if it
knows about
wasn't
the.
enough.
You ask a single question concerning a specific goal, event, or activity to occur within 7 days. God or with a god or god servants, how would that be interpreted into Cerdonia? Because obviously the gods that remain would not answer this, and they don't have an and above board, they don't have any servants that could possibly like answer this. So
the way I
maybe-
imagine it is
maybe you
Erud
hear like
using-
Gilgamesh's voice. You just hear a voice, the voice of Gilgamesh being like, what was your question?
Will we encounter any hostility in the travel out of the Underdark?
Well, that's a good time
Yes.
for some rolls to be made real quick as I
Oh god, it's gonna be screaming mushrooms.
No, I'm kidding.
Everyone watch out.
There will be a problem if you keep trying to call me. Jeez.
You Oh boy. There are dwellings in the Underdark, minor to the feats you've achieved.
So I'm hearing a possible, but it shouldn't be anything too threatening.
Shouldn't be in an encounter, quote unquote. Wink, wink.
Yeah.
Wink.
Purple worm.
Don't you wink at me.
Above board, there's not going to be any combat. It's going to be like you like had to like shoot a couple abyssal chickens at this point, but that's about it.
Great.
Sounds good.
We should also try and talk to Sutton. I think that might be a good idea.
Hi, Sutton.
She's just sitting in the corner of the fireplace, just being like, just okay. What would you? I'm sure I have. I'm sure certain questions would be obvious.
My
But-
first question is, are you okay?
Oh,
Am I okay? I was researching what I thought to be the strongest being in existence. And then I watched the strongest being in existence kill the second strongest being in existence. And to my perspective, and I'm a pantheon is unlocked to me, and I'm sure you're all taking it very well, but you definitely seem like you're all taking it very well. But
My world has been shattered a
could
couple
not.
times in the past couple of days. I've gotten a little used to it.
That's good for you. I could be better, but I think everyone could be a little better, at least in some scenario. But I'm doing okay. Thanks for asking.
Is there anything you need of us?
Is there anything you need of me? Because in all honesty, I don't know what I can. I don't know what I can do with everything going on. Like, I've been stuck in a hole for the last half month. I'm apparently an acolyte of the Raven Queen, but I don't even know what that means. I see two of them, one former, but I mean and you guys are doing great, but what the fuck am I supposed to do?
Are you familiar with a being known as the Chained Oblivion?
You've mentioned it, but no.
We, and he's gonna motion to the group, are dedicated to defeating an ancient evil, one that seeks to destroy the universe as we know it.
I got that much. But I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to do about that. I mean, yeah, I'm a death cleric. Of who? I don't even know. I was saved. I'm assuming for the purpose of helping with the Chained Oblivion, as it seems everything the Raven Queen wants to do is in service of defeating the Chained Oblivion. But I don't even know what that implies. Like, the Chained Oblivion seems to be this great evil, and I don't even know. I'm Sutton, but I'm also apparently Oasis now. Is the name that I've been given by the Raven Queen. But I don't even know what that implies. I'm stuck.
The first important thing in this goal that you have had thrust upon you is that. He's going to point towards the vestige. That is one of a set of weapons designed specifically to kill demons and the Chained Oblivion.
That much I was able to collect. The last thing I remember was us going to Polyphemus to get an ambassador of the Nahuatl to be able to use more of to use the to gain access to the other Trojans that were apparently in Ampharina, but that's as much as I got around to. I know that the vestiges are supposed to control the Trojan. And that much was certainly implied by Vecna as not so much a necessity to him, but he made it aware that he knew what that was, and he certainly wanted it, and I certainly wanted to give it to him because I didn't care. I wanted to leave, and but I couldn't. But I wasn't able to get it off. Plain and simple. Now I can. She just turns it into a spear, and she now I can do this, but for some reason when I was trapped I couldn't do that at all.
Now, you mention you don't know what to do. I have a question for you. Do you wish to fight? I would entirely understand if the answer to this question is no. You have been through quite a lot in the last few months. Or I guess month. I don't think she was kidnapped for that long.
I think this answer above board will be determined by the simple question of, do you guys want Sutton as a companion in the party? Because I haven't fully flushed out. I've flushed out her character as much as I've developed the backstory in preparations for her being a player character. But if you want me to, if you'd like her as a death cleric as a companion in the party, I can definitely work with making Sutton a part of the companion. That's up to you guys.
We can always find a way to kick her out later if need be. I see no reason.
That's true. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I'm neutral on it.
Yeah.
Sure, but we should yoink the vestige.
My idea was we're definitely keeping the vestige one way or the other, but if she wanted to just step out of this
depending on what you want, her answer is either going to be no, but I don't want to fight. I want to go back to my people, but here's the vestige because I don't want to fight. Or it's going to be, yeah, sure, why not? We're all going to die anyways. So and she'll still give you the vestige anyway, but she'll join as a companion. That's up to you guys.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay. So she looks and she's like, I mean, what else the fuck am I gonna do? The world's gonna end, so anything I fucking do outside of trying to prevent that is fucking meaningless. And my first act in this war, and she just turns it into a ring and offers it up and probably gives it to Erud, who's actively talking to her. She's like, the first act of this war is giving you that. That is I haven't been able to wash this forearm. just kind of rubs it uncomfortable, fidgets with it a bit. It's just it's like a cast. It's left my. Yeah. Anyways.
You chose for it to take that form?
I chose it to be a gauntlet, but after I got captured by Vecna, I wouldn't be able to change it into anything.
Oh. What an asshole.
That wasn't Vecna. I tried giving it to Vecna. That was one of the things he wanted, and I didn't really care for it at that time, so I just wanted to try to give it to him, but I couldn't change it into anything after instead of a gauntlet.
Interesting. Do we know why?
Maybe something with the Raven. I don't know. Anything that happened when I was in prison either had something to do with Vecna or the Raven Queen. When I wasn't being
Okay, so
interrogated by
this-
Vecna, I was seeing visions of the Raven Queen and her acolytes and all the information about Arvandor.
Arvandorians.
Well, yeah, there's Arvandorians, but they're from Arvandor.
Oh.
Do you know where that? You.
And
saw
that's the
visions of
forbidden.
that?
That's the Forbidden East. The Forbidden East is the ruined city of Arvandor.
Yes, that stands to reason.
I mean, I learned a couple of other things, like Silva was ruled by the Brahman. Zalb was ruled by the Tuatha De Danann. The Beator was. Let me look at my lore. I keep forgetting the name of this one specific group. Arvandor was ruled by Beator was ruled by the Kamiumi. And then there was Jotunheim, and that was it. But I mean, these are a lot of words, and I kind of processed a couple of them, but all I know is that they were the nations that were a part of the old world, and then they all fucking died. And then Arvandor became the Forbidden East.
I feels like the Raven Queen could share this with more people, and it would be a thing worth doing. I don't get the secrecy.
I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
I don't think she can.
I mean, I had the time, because what else was I gonna fucking do? But yeah, I can help out, with what I can. Apparently, I'm destined to anyway by the Raven Queen. Thank you for that. She, like, points to the sky.
Is that right? I don't know if this guy's the right direction to point.
Oh no, it's she's stuck somewhere, but it's like everywhere. So I guess I don't know. The sky is the general
We did
direction.
just come from where she was like sent from. You know.
Yeah, she
I don't know
was.
if that's-
The ritual was meant to like drain her powers and give it to the ritualists, and then when she found out about it, she destroyed Tradisum, but it was already too late, and the ritual that failed then banished her into the Shadowfell. And Vecna used the ritual that they used and altered it to try to, in an attempt to basically drain the powers of Kelemvor, which is essentially what the point of the ritual was.
Oh, so he was never going to actually like achieve his own divinity. He was always looking to steal it.
It seemed that way, yeah.
I think that's him expressly lying, but I won't. I won't harp on that.
He was in a true circle. I'll just allow it.
Why the fuck would I be lying?
No. I think Vecna accidentally lied in the circle in the zone of truth.
Oh.
He forgot.
In the terms.
It was
Well, I think
implied
he
that
said-
it was implied that he needed the ritual, but he needed that last fragment of the ritual they completed, but he didn't understand. But it was under the impression that he didn't know what the final piece of the ritual was. So he was under the impression that he was basically he was usurping the god of death, but he didn't know how it was going
Well,
to
he
be.
specifically mentioned that he was considering doing magic instead to not step on toes. I remember was something that was stated.
And then he just
Toes.
went straight for death.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Never mind. I want the one that's occupied. Fuck off.
Yeah. He changed his mind. It happens. He wasn't under
What can we
contract.
expect from someone who doesn't have a demiplane?
This only makes sense.
Haves and the have-nots.
Okay. Jeez.
All right. Well, all of this is mildly upsetting and unactionable.
Yay. That's a lot of things that I tend to learn.
Don't envy you at all.
I mean, what the fuck am I what the fuck am I supposed to do with the information she gave me? I was stuck in a hole for what could have been several more weeks.
Yeah.
And I was just supposed to sit with that information. So no, but now you can sit with me at a fire.
Is
You want to
it
play
pretty
Dragon
warm?
Chess?
I don't know how to play.
Here.
Nat
I can teach
20s.
you.
Neither does Rory.
She beats you. She beats your check. Okay.
I do
Now
want
you
to
gotta do
specify.
it.
I do want to specify earlier, Spencer, you rolled intelligence. It's a wisdom check.
Oh, is it wisdom? Oh, then you would have
Yeah.
won.
Just
Yeah,
saying.
it's wisdom
honestly,
is
that
the
kinda makes sense. I get that.
Okay.
I get that. Yeah, I can't win.
Well, now
I can't.
now Dimitri, unfortunately you're fighting a cleric who was originally built in the 22-8 system. So they probably are going to have like a plus 12.
But is she proficient with Dragon Chess? She just said that she's never played.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Probably not.
So it's just a plus 6.
I said
that's
that
still
because
plus
I
6, which means you're
genuinely
plus
don't
5.
actually know. Anyways. All right. So she basically is like, I think I'm gonna just hit the hay and try to figure out what the fuck I'm gonna try to do. Trying to help you guys. Because you seem like you had something handled.
I won't go that far.
Well, from what I've seen, from what the Raven Queen's told me, you fought a whatever the fuck a Hecatoncrease is, and you put up a fight against Helm.
Most of us lived.
Also,
everyone
wouldn't say that.
You put up a fight, whether or not if it was a good fight or a bad fight is under perspective. Yeah.
There was one sword throw, and then we're like, all right, we're out of here.
All right, good. All right. Bye. She goes into the private sanctum.
I always scare everyone away with my Dragon Chess.
By the way, do you know if Ampharina or the Acadia have just like a large surplus of gems? The type does not matter.
Me?
No, I'm asking this while we're playing Dragon Chess.
Me?
As I'm writing something in my spellbook.
I mean, I don't know much about Ampharina, but Uruk probably has quite a few. In the Horde, a lot of it's been used up because of the war efforts.
Say, like, it doesn't even need to be like potent gems. You know, like these can be otherwise useless, just decorative gems. Would you say there's 5,000 gold pieces worth?
Probably. I haven't seen the Horde myself.
All right. Not important right now. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Anyways, this checkmate.
I thought you were bad at this.
I do my best with it.
Everyone's going to whisper in Akamero's ear, eat one of the pieces.
God damn it. God damn it.
I'm not gonna eat one of the pieces. What the fuck?
Please don't eat the pieces.
I have no
they
inclination to eat the pieces. They're like painted wood or whatever. I don't eat that.
I think they're made out of pure ink now.
Huh?
They come back. I kind of break one.
Wait, this is the same.
reformed.
This is like your actual artifact. It's the same.
Yeah,
set?
they were
That's cool.
enhanced.
That's really cool. Okay.
I've got these cool gauntlets.
I have
The fucking
napalm. Soon be giving away
the napalm 3000.
That's the name you're going with?
No, but you know.
Oh, by the way, Aaron, you absolutely need. I pull one of my orbs out of the air. You have to get your hands on these. They're fucking awesome.
Yes, I've asked shopkeepers how much those cost a couple times, but they haven't gotten back to me yet. What's the camera?
I said like, I think I said like 300.
I don't think you ever gave me a price.
Oh, hold on, I said the price because I still have it recorded. Let me go back to my notes.
You bastard.
Yeah, purchases. 700 per.
7.
No, hold
okay.
on, sorry, I'm lying. That is to enhance a focus I already had, I believe.
I also
no?
need to do that.
No, that's right. All right, 700 per. And it adds your you said it would add proficiency spells known or prepared, or was it? It was
proficiency.
No, I think it was your spellcasting.
Okay.
Yeah. Because otherwise it would be a variable number. That being said, I plan to get more myself. I heavily recommend you grab some.
Yes, I plan on it next time I'm in town.
We've got a
To help
lot
you
going on,
prepare
okay?
spells?
Jesus.
Is that specifically a wizardry thing, or
Is it specifically a wizardry thing?
Oh, you're a paladin
you don't
now,
prepare
so
spells.
you have prepared spells.
I have prepared spells. I feel like it works way different, so I don't know if that's something.
Yeah,
I think
it's sort of like
the orb
hybrid
is specifically
prepared and known.
the orb is specifically like a magical, like it's basically their spellcasting focus. It's the equivalent of a spell book. So it works for the wizards. I don't think it would work for paladins.
My spell book is in me.
I should get surgery and put one of these orbs in myself.
In yourself.
Don't they disintegrate if you try to subtly cast magic?
The goal is not to subtly cast, but to have one always available.
I see.
I don't know if you noticed, but even before I got all these, I kept my fucking focus in my pocket with my hand on it at all times. I'm a bit sketchy about that.
I see.
Keep them all
Glad it
fucking
was a
bang
focus.
on me.
It's such an obvious counter to just like rip it out of their hands. So I figured the more I have and the more different places I have them, the less likely someone's gonna be able to get them all out of my hands.
I keep mine as a ring. I show a signet ring that I'm wearing.
Oh, nice. I will say, someone can cut your finger off and then you're out of luck.
I mean,
Mine
Just mend it back together and you cures it.
If they pull my hand out, if they pull my hand out of my pocket, I grab one of my 10 orbs out of the air or more than I'm about to get. I have a rush to goal right now that I'll be sending her back home. I've been prepared for this for a while.
I got to say that. Yeah, you got it.
My focus is simply my book, so if I lose that, you know, it's already over.
You can
Again.
recreate your book. If anyone can recreate a spell book, it's you. You fucking
Yes, I am uniquely good at that, but not quite in combat.
True. You couldn't keep a backup. It costs money, but like, it's absolutely worth doing.
I don't actually think I can. I have very special inscriptions on this. Parentheses, I have the Awakened Spellbook class feature that I can't do on multiple books.
Well, that's unfortunate for you.
Do you want to play again? Does anyone else want
I think it's safe to say at this point, John, Lokir, have you already went, like, I'm gonna say Morgan and Junji have went to bed at this point. I'm gonna say Ishmael has also left, or Splint has already left for bed. I was thinking, like every single other name he's gone by went through my brain before Splint.
There's so many.
There really
so
are.
many. I was like Ishmael. Wait, no. Doom. No, wait, no. Moros. No, fuck. Splint.
I give up.
So many alternate names.
Okay.
Technically, two of those are the same name because it was like Moros Doom of the Oblivion
Yeah.
or whatever. Like,
And they just went nicknamed
Doom of the-
himself. Yeah, it was Moros
They
Doom
prefer
of the
Doom.
Raven Queen.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's what it
you
was.
said Doom of the Oblivion. I'm like,
Yeah.
what?
Wait a minute.
Because
I mean,
Doom of
if
the
you-
Raven.
If
Doom of
you
the
look
Raven
back
Queen.
at the fucking Battle of Ithaca, you could be mistaken. You know?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Jesus.
he came through in the end, sort of.
kinda, a little.
Anyways, you all can. Is there a point in which just like it's literally just Akamero and Rory sitting at the fire playing Dragon Chess for like 3 hours, or do you think Lokir, Arya, and Erud, where are you three at?
Well, I have to go to bed now again, so fucking.
Okay.
There was a very brief period where I didn't have to sleep, but that fucking got exploded with my book. So
Yep. Okay. Fair enough.
I'm actually not like playing the game. I'm reading my spellbook while my spider is moving pieces for me.
Yeah.
Damn, I lost to a spider. That's cold. That's cold that you made that happen.
I like the implication that the spider is better than him at chess because you won against him but lost against the spider.
It's me the whole time, but like I do like this world you're building.
Arya, Lokir, where are you two at?
Yes. Probably inside the sanctum.
Okay. And then Lokir,
Yeah. Also
Little
inside.
disappointed.
But I
Okay.
will have my
This-
Raven outside, flying around,
Alright.
keeping an eye out.
at this point, it is just Akamero and Rory just like playing Dragon Chess outside. The spider just like moving about, being commanded by Akamero, who's like passively reading a book as he, because I imagine you're not able to like see through the spider, otherwise you'd have to like either do one or the other.
I think I'm dipping back and forth, so it does take a moment. But also I had good enough recall that I could like I think Akamero could play with just like saying the numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Very intelligent based.
Yeah.
You all continue to play, and then
Tiebreaker.
you get to a point where what happened? The last one is a tiebreaker. Tiebreaker.
Legitimately,
5.
I'm using one of my sorcery points to read you that.
You already
Oh
won.
my god.
Oh my god!
You
I win.
already won.
You already won.
Oh, I did. Okay.
Yeah.
Nope,
Apologies.
Nope, you used a sorcery
It was
point. I
a
win.
bad. It
I
was a
still
bad
got a
match.
6.
Isn't that one barrel?
It was a rough match, but eventually it came down to literally like the last 3 pieces, and Rory, you managed to just barely land a checkmate, and as you move the last piece into position, it's almost like an awarded series of
Oh.
I don't.
Interesting.
There is a.
Skull.
It's funny, Anthony, you were saying that because you don't know what that implies because you weren't there last session. The bell, you place the final piece into position, and the bells toll ominously in the distance. You look about, expecting the person you eventually land your eyes on, standing about 10 feet away from the fireplace, as he is already simply just moving very calm and gently, moving to sit beside you all at the fireplace. He's sitting at the on the opposing side of the fireplace where the two of you are conversing. He is just sitting there, kind of just looking at you through the fire.
Does that mean we get to
Camaro,
live?
do you see him?
I see him. The fact that he's not approaching us makes me think we get to live, but that might be a little optimistic.
Apparently, it's the same person Junji has been saying. Hi, Helm.
Went to sleep.
I should also clarify, I don't think Helm's name has been actually
Hasn't
mentioned. No. I've just been calling him Helm because I was like, yeah, ball drop, that's what his name is. But no. So he's been referred to as the Oath Warden for this up until I finally actually mentioned his name. But yeah.
Oath Warden? Do you want a game?
You motherfucker.
To be honest, I've been playing horribly all night.
Clearly you have.
So, I imagine there is quite a number of questions. You should know that your friend Akis is dead.
Okay.
The luxury of life has been given to you and only you. A cultist is not as valuable as children of our Vandorians. And the feats you have achieved have granted you immunity from my blade. Keep that in mind.
That feels wrong.
Does it?
Wrong? I feel good about it.
You have slayed Hera, Dionysus, the Hecatoncres. You have defeated Zeus. You have slayed Scylla. You have slayed Charybdis. You are one of the last true children of Arvandor. The old world. Whether or not it was from purification or from your demonic heritage is of no concern. Not anymore.
I'm not talking my heritage. I'm talking my upbringing. And I feel as though mine is that akin to a cultist. I don't think his life is worth less than mine just because he hasn't discovered where he has fallen.
I believe the argument was in reference to our deeds more prevalently than our heritage.
You have been proven valuable. You have proven yourselves an asset that cannot be wasted. Not anymore. Akis is but a cultist, now devoid of magic from the death of Vecna. It will take some time for him. It would have taken some time for him to gain any semblance of magic.
So that raises the question. If we are of substance and use to you, what purpose do we serve?
The people of Cerdonia, the ones not granted this divinity that I am bestowed, are the only ones that can truly pose any sort of deterrence, any sort of threat to the chained oblivion. Meaning that I cannot do anything to the chained oblivion as per my restrictions of divinity, as can none of the gods. That is why godhood cannot be achieved. It cannot. Vecna.
Can I assume that these restrictions are also why your presence is unknown?
My presence is unknown because it is faded with time. The old world knew of our presence, but after the destruction of our Vandor and the, how should I say, faults of the Celestials, we were sworn not to provide any sort of knowledge of our existence. Our powers came from our domains, and that was it.
Shaking a little bit. So the goal is
Is there a reason? Good.
If the goal is to take down the Chained Oblivion, and you are collecting notable persons who can help with this, why have you not shown yourself sooner?
I have.
Why not give us some direction?
I've been giving those with. I've been providing your warrior Junji with a semblance of guidance as the oath, resembling the presence of an oath warden. And this is perhaps a stepping point in which I have decided that enough is enough. We have been sworn to secrecy, Pantheon, because of what the knowledge of God's chosen does to a person. What it did to our Vandor. What it did to the Celestials. But there is no sense of direction with the mortals of this world. Without our guidance, without our knowledge, without knowledge of what the true nature of the Chained Oblivion is, without knowledge of anything involving the demons, involving the origins of the Chained Oblivion. It's a true imposing threat. Cerdonia has been left to ruin, and the scraps that have been left, that are being picked up by over eons, millennia, have done little in actual efforts, and I've simply grown tired of watching.
All right, then. If you're the expert here, if we get the vestiges, get the last one, and we unite some force of the Trojans, is it enough?
No. You will need to unite Cerdonia. I would speak to your Celdran court in those matters. They seem to be a bit of a head start on that endeavor. Much like the Gilgamesh Assembly, this would need to be a united front against the Chained Oblivion. You should know that there are a number of Trojans that have already been collected by Poseidon, by the rest of the assets of the Chained Oblivion. And the first step would be more importantly to unite what remains of our Vandorians. And I think the most impactful, I would say, is the last of the Jotuns.
You said the Jotunheim?
Jotunheim. One of the old world continents was a volcanic body known as Jotunheim. This continent was one of the last civilizations of the old world that remained even after the sundering of that the Chained Oblivion wrought on the rest of the world. But about 300 years ago, after amassing all of our Vandor, the Chained Oblivion dominated Jotunheim, slaughtering all of the Celestials and the Jotuns that remained in Jotunheim, and claimed Jotunheim for himself. One of the very few that remain of Jotunheim. Let me think of the title. Is Trinovator Gond of Muspelheim. Your voice didn't come in on that, but I saw it. It was like, Trinovator is the title that the big three have given themselves in Muspelheim. There is Trinovator Gond, who is the captain and the governing ruler of Muspelheim. There is Surtur, the Forge Master. A primordial being from Jotunheim as well. But he follows along Gond. So aligning yourself with Gond is the most important. And then there is Allseer Kosharenum, the hive mind of the constructs of Muspelheim. No relation to the Chained Oblivion. None. Unfortunately, it has relation to a little other threat, as Kosharenum is an elder brain.
don't think Akamara knows any.
No, you know,
more bullshit.
Kosher enemies. Oh, he's like, oh fuck. He's just like,
Elder being mean.
it's a brain.
Old.
It's an old brain. Sure.
We know of the, or at least I think I know.
You know of the Ceramorphs.
Yeah.
You don't actually know about the Mind Flayers. But he's all you know is that there's a Ceramorph plague. Mind Flayers aren't even that aren't even common. It's just a Silva thing. So the Ceramorphs are probably the only actual knowledge of like Mind Flayers that you would have any knowledge of. But he's just like, it is a large brain. That is probably all that is important. But it is linked. But Kosherenim is used to psychically link all of the constructs created in Muspelheim together. Together, the three of them form the Trinovators of Muspelheim and rule the city, while they are currently aiding in the assault on the Hellen Empire, which is in Beator.
And to clarify, you said our goal should be to acquire this Gon's assistance specifically?
Yes. Acquire Gond. Any sort of assistance in this united front would be useful, but collecting Arvandorians, collecting old world remnants, that should be priority. That will be the most useful. Gond is young for an old world man, only 3-4 centuries old, but still has the wisdom of the old world, which he has used to forge his sailing city of Muspelheim. You also seek the 9 Wave Mothers. They are also useful. They are a collection of dragons from the Tiamat, but they are already on the aiding in the front that exists in the Forbidden East.
Speaking of, I understand the Chain of Oblivion is a more credible threat, but do we have anything in store for the Tiamat?
He kind of like stares at the ground and he's like, the Tiamat will be dealt with. But for now, your priorities are elsewhere. The Tiamat will not be here for quite some time.
That's very reassuring.
No date or anything on that?
No. All of the Githyanki are also dead, I should clarify. There's literally no scouts.
Oh my god. What happened to all
Did you
that?
do that?
No. You've seen several of them die.
Yeah.
A lot of them to the horrors of the chain of the Cerdonia.
Peter, the horrors are here.
Goodbye, Brenham. It's good. It's good.
Bye.
It's good talking to you.
Yeah. Thank you for your contribution. Thank you. Bye.
Listen, I'm asleep in this conversation. I have to do something.
in his sleep.
Now this is gonna be a funny thing to come back to. You guys wake up and it's like, so guys, anyways.
Well, honestly, I don't know if this makes me feel better, but it doesn't make me feel worse.
Are either of you proficient in insight?
I thought you were gonna say one I was proficient in, and then you didn't.
No, but I've
Okay.
I've critted on it before.
Against
crit.
other
Let's see.
people. Yeah, I shouldn't have expected anything from the wisdom dump.
Well, I could, you know, like.
Okay.
That's not bad.
There was an air of, for the first time in this conversation, there was an air of contemplation. He seemed to, everything else he seemed to know about. But that was the one, but when you asked about the Tiamat, he looked away for a second, almost thinking about his answer.
Yeah, I okay.
That's fine.
Not so great.
We'll take committed to one goal. I appear to be out of questions for the moment. All one's relevant to us living.
You going to keep tormenting my friend?
Tormenting is a poor choice of words, but
He said you beat his ass.
I will. Junji is a man that can take a few hits, and it was an attempt through fire to reveal his celestial nature. Something that has been nagging at me since his fucking birth.
This is what?
Birth.
Oh, okay.
You've been stalking Junji since birth?
No.
You put him through a trial of fire to get him to unlock his potential?
It was a figurative trial by fire in the sense that I sent him through combat with myself.
So
in order to unlock his celestial nature, which worked.
Is that higher or lower on the bar than attempting to drown you in a bathtub?
Like that's relevant.
look,
I mean,
my
never
mom
intended
did a lot
to.
of things. She never drowned me in a bathtub. It's not like she was holding me under. She told me
No,
how
she
long.
just-
Like
She was just crumbling the nation of dragons in secrecy. But she never did anything to you, no.
And you let that happen?
No. Oh yeah,
I
it's
couldn't-
completely my fault.
No, not you.
Oh.
Fucking,
I was like,
I wouldn't
yeah.
intervene
I was-
personally.
Me going through the fucking 2008 recession.
I don't think you. I don't think you quite understand. I don't think you quite understand. Looks to Rory. You've devoted yourself to slaying. You've devoted yourself to avenging your parents, your father, and the people that you, and I'm sure the countless other people of Ithaca, correct?
Yeah.
And it is that belief, that oath that you have sworn, that is what gives me power, specifically over you. But it gives me, but that is what fuels my divinity. We are not worshipped, and our power comes from that worship. It did. it is this cycle. Clerics, warlocks, paladins worshipped us. It fueled our power, made us stronger, and our strength, our divinity, would then give you faith in us, faith in our power, faith in our domains, and the cycle would continue. Since our secrecy no longer allowed us to rely on worship, the belief in domains themselves, we have been dwindled to a single-digit number of gods that remain, and these gods inhabit such vast domains, such a vast variety of domains, that the sheer belief in those concepts is what fuels our divinity. You have sworn an oath of vengeance, and that is what gives me my power. Junji has sworn an oath of protection, a small oath, one that does not give him power, but it gives me power simply from swearing this oath of protection to you. Any cleric of an archaic captain, a warlock of a patron, an oath of a paladin, that is what gives me power. But
Ceres' oath gave you power?
yes. And it is that oath which allows me, and it is that oath which not only gives me power, but allows me to take him as an acolyte. Lord Gilgamesh swore an oath to his kingdom, and after he died, I was able to take him on as an acolyte. Titus Rascul swore an oath of redemption, one that he swore after being rehabilitated by Counselor Ishtar of the Acadia to try to amend his mistakes. Viserys swore an oath to not only the people of Ithaca, but to his people. An oath of devotion, an oath to the crown, until that was shattered. And it was that oath that I was able to take on.
He hasn't fulfilled that oath yet.
He has not fulfilled an oath, no, but it is the mere belief in that oath that gives him. That gives him.
I understand you are under pressures. And if the answer is no, I certainly can't compel you otherwise. Can you make an allowance for Viserys? Come back and keep his oath.
Viserys has become a paladin of my nature. He will come around when the time is needed for him, as did Titus Rascul, as did Lord Gilgamesh. But unfortunately, that is not something I can allow. And unfortunately for you, not only can I not allow this, but you still have to deal with what's left in Viserys' mind. Because the dragon that you had seen from Vecna's mirror, from Vecna's illusion, that was in fact Viserys. Something now inhabits his mind in his absence.
Something Is this not? I was kind of the impression that this may be Zababa returning.
Erud's legend lore stated he knew every single one of his children. And that is because every single one of his children was a failsafe. If he died,
One more time.
a failsafe. If Zababa was to fall in battle, he had enchanted his own children since insemination as a way to reincarnate through his children. And now he is here, inhabiting inhabiting Viserys' mind, resulting in his alteration into his draconic form. It is what fueled his draconic origins of sorcery, and it is why he was unfortunately orphaned as a child. At the moment, Zababa remains in one of the many encampments of Vecna, but I'm not sure how long that will last, especially with the absence of Vecna. The walls of his. No, he is very much dead.
And that's not what I'm asking if Zababa will free himself and return to Acadia without our intervention.
Zababa will most likely do so, yes. He has sworn to try. He is swearing to attempt to destroy the Tiamat.
Well, then that is a good first step, reuniting the entire Acadian Council. Good start.
If questions are void for the moment, I will take my leave.
We'll be in contact with you, I assume.
Yes.
All right, then.
One more thing. As he stands up, he says, "You are all you have all been spared. That should not be any sort of threat to you. But plain and simply, you have all been spared as you are too valuable to waste away. Make no mistake, this blessing will fall upon others deemed worthy to be kept in ranks. But as for the moment, the sole concealers of this information, this bestows a heavy burden upon you and the rest of the group. A burden that you are now, unfortunately, chosen of the gods. So, perhaps one more oath. And he grabs his blade and he draws it out and holds it over the fire as he says, before we continue with whatever this ordeal is. I'm trying to think about if he would do this now because everyone else is asleep.
When he pulls his sword, Rory definitely stands up at the ready.
The two of you must swear that this ranking will only be used in service to defeat the Chained Oblivion. Your egos, your minds will not be faltered by the understanding that you are now chosen by the gods, and that you are hands, whether you want to or not, whether or not you are hands of the Oath Warden and the gods that remain. He points the sword over to Dimitri, or to Rory.
My ego will not get in the way, simply because I detest this. My oath was for myself. I want to save my family and protect those that I trust.
Unfortunately, I have to inform you it must be for something greater. He points the sword over to Akamaro.
I believe that ego can play no part in this. Akamaro, like since the discussion of Viserys, has been clearly quite upset. Like fucking, I don't respect you. I don't respect Sababa. I don't respect any of these deities, these fucking higher powers. Chain of Oblivion has to go. I'm gonna do what needs to happen. I'm gonna do what I need to do to make that happen. And then I'm fucking done with you. I'll slice my hand on his fucking sword for like a couple of those or whatever.
Yeah, he like moves his
Glowing
like
hot
with
blade.
this like quick fashion. He kind of like moves the blade away from your hand as you like try to slap it. He says, "And this concludes our evening." And he sheaths the blade, and he walks away. And there's this foreboding presence with what he has with everything that he has implied, but also a sense of the implications of this chosen of the gods, whatever that means to either of you. And this implication gives a sense of strength, a sense of power, and you two level up.
Wait.
Hey, yeah, I like this guy.
No. No.
Hey, hold on. Wait.
My loyalty is so easily bought.
It honestly makes
35,000
sense for
gold.
Akamaro that the
Power,
minute he
35,000
gains
gold.
power.
Again, 35,000 gold, nothing. A level infinity value.
Okay. And then you are both left. There is a point in which the bells begin to ring as you watch him walk away. And there's this weird, uncanny moment. Feels completely natural, but the two of you blink at the exact same time, and he is gone.
I can't believe that.
I mean, I find it perfectly believable. Of course, there is another higher power that exists almost exclusively to fuck us.
Exists to do what?
I cast Searing Radiance.
And anyways, so
Totally justified.
right. So you two, I'm assuming go to bed, or do you go for round 3, or no, round 4 of chess?
I don't
It's time
sleep
for
full
bed.
stop, so I'm just killing. I can't copy down Vecna's spells because I don't have the materials, so I'm just very intently staring at both the spell books.
Okay. So the two of you eventually find rest as the night continues. Brendan, what's on Aerith's mind at the moment as he falls asleep?
He is thinking almost entirely of like the massive cosmological revelations he was just party to and how to like put them in a book that he can publish at some point.
So
He's trying to conceptualize all this fucking incredibly world-shaking information in like the best way he can, fucking writing a research paper about it.
So you fall asleep, and a dream comes to you. Almost this. It's a dream, but it could be interpreted as a nightmare. As you find yourself in a very familiar white void, a familiar one that you recognized from the plane of existence in which Vecna and Kelemvor has fought. And indeed, you do see Kelemvor, almost as if you are the one challenging him for his domain, appearing about 50 feet away, just appearing in the space. You quickly turn to one side and you watch a not familiar scene to you, but you watch a familiar face. I'm not sure if, Brenham, you remember the face of Angus Og, or remember the character at all.
Was that the motherfucker who fucking sailed in on a boat, died, and then gave Rory a knife? Okay.
This is one of the people from the Ulster cycle.
Mm.
This is one of the people that aided you and brought you back to life after the death of Zuchtmoy. This, and you watch as you turn, you are looking directly at this person. You've never seen her rehabilitated from her decrepit corpse-like form that you had seen her before, but now she looks beautiful in the single fraction of a second before you watch the hand of Kelemvor twist and her entire neck snaps off to one side. And then your head turns again away from this memory, this vision, you're not sure. And you turn and you hear church bells just ring throughout the space as you find yourself landing your eyes purchase on the Oath Warden, about 40 feet away, walking up to you. No blade in hand, simply walking up to you with not so much of an intimidating of a storming, angry presence like he had in the castle. He seems lighter on his feet. He looks to you and he walks up to about 5 feet away from you. His 7-foot tall stature towering over you as he looks to you and he says, Erud Bestil.
And what may I call you?
I am a number of names. I am Oathwarden. I am Godslayer. I am Gatekeeper. I am Helm.
I take it this isn't actually a dream. I'm usually not so lucid in them.
No. Was a dream, yes, but dreams can simply be interrupted. You have questions, I'm sure.
Innumerable, but how many you will answer also maybe less than I wish. Tell me, why are you the guardian of godhood?
I am the guardian of godhood because the gods that remain are the gods that are needed. And the mortals that are needed and the mortals that exist must be in service of slaying the chained oblivion.
Needed by who?
The chained oblivion's equal. Where there is light, there is shadow. Where there is good, there is evil. Where there is the chained oblivion, there is the overgod Io.
Aaron just looks contemplative for a sec. And this Io seeks to destroy the chained oblivion.
Yes. Stifle the chained oblivion. The chained oblivion has sought to eclipse Io, an attempt to bend reality more to the chained oblivion's will than Io. And this would result in the decimation of everything Io has created. He has already shattered the Forgotten Realms into what you now know is Cerdonia, what you know as the Astral Sea. Everything was sought to ruin. And now the Chained Oblivion has been dwindled in power. But unfortunately, so is Io. So is everything.
So, we are soldiers in a war of gods.
Yes. But the gods cannot intervene with the Chained Oblivion.
I see. Is there any particular reason we have been chosen? Destiny, predestination, or merely our actions?
Your actions. There is no predestined anything. If there was, we wouldn't be in this shithole. But the chain of...
Well,
But your
or
actions
perhaps
against...
whatever is predetermining it is above even you.
Your actions in slaying the chained oblivion, Charybdis, defeating Zeus, slaying Hera, Dionysus. They sought you worthy of aiding Vecna against me, and you are also seen likewise as an asset that cannot be wasted.
Well, I take it you aren't simply here to flatter me.
No. Make no mistake. Though you are still seen as an asset, aiding Vecna in ascending to godhood and being spared was still a blessing. You have been... What was the fucking phrase I used? You have been spared my blade, only for you to truly understand what has been shared with no one. And it is because, and this is because we are not meant to interview. The gods are not meant to reveal ourselves to Cerdonia, but frankly, I've stopped caring. This world needs direction against the chained oblivion, and I intend to help. So, regardless of any... I'm trying to think about what he's trying to say.
I think you cut out a little.
Oh. Yeah, I'm trying to think about what he's trying to say. With that said, with the knowledge that you now are bestowed, you are inadvertently now bestowed the rank of Hand of the Gods. And with that, he pulls out his blade again and holds it out to you as he says, if there are more questions you must ask than to accept this, then so be it. But before we leave, you must swear that you will use this new oath only in direction to destroy the chained oblivion. And your egos and your entitlements and your ambitions will not stifle you from this narrative. Not for the time being.
My only ambition is to bring knowledge to the people of this world.
It should come as no surprise that the knowledge of godhood cannot be so widely spread.
The knowledge of godhood isn't something I possess. I know of godhood. I don't know how to become a god.
And this should be no concern to you.
Well then, I do have more questions.
Very well. And lowers the blade a bit off to his side.
First and foremost, what are the terms of this oath I would be making?
That your actions moving forward are in service to uniting Cerdonia against the Chained Oblivion. This is an obvious oath that I'm sure is not necessary. But the oath pertains to a sort of lacking of abuse of this rank. Unfortunately, there have been times where this ranking, the belief in being the hand of God, has stifled people. And I need to ensure that the people I choose to be these hands of gods will not use it to their own personal gain.
And if this oath is not fulfilled?
And your fate will end as did Vecna, Mistra, Denier, all those that bear witness to me.
And when the task is over?
When the Chained Oblivion is slain, and your oath is fulfilled, there is no more necessity to hide our identity. So if this you will then be free to spread whatever knowledge you wish to bestow. If you wish to obtain this knowledge of godhood that you say you lack, and that is something that can be achieved.
I would prefer that knowledge not exist in the first place, but as long as it does, I wish it to be known to everyone. So long as that knowledge no longer exists, I am fine with it remaining so. But is there any other knowledge you would forbid me from spreading? As it stands, I fully intend to make the existence of gods fully known. At least as much as I can in that part.
The knowledge of gods and godhood and achieving divinity, that, for the time being, is not something that the mortals should dwell with.
Then I cannot take this oath. I have done everything I have done here in the furtherance of spreading knowledge to all. Any who would try to prevent me from doing so I will not be party to.
You will be able to do so as soon as the Chained Oblivion is dealt with. But the knowledge of gods and godhood attracts the wrong attention, the ones that seek to simply achieve godhood, only for their own personal gains, and the ones that would only use the knowledge you bestow for their own personal gain, rather than attempting to fell the Chained Oblivion. That is what I am trying to prevent. Once the Chained Oblivion is felled, by all means, write a diary, a biography.
Are you just gonna think for a moment?
It is the knowledge of godhood and the ability to achieve it that resulted in Vecna, that resulted in Mishra.
You see, I have no knowledge on how to achieve it. I know
But the
there
fact that they
needs
need-
to be some sort of ritual, and that is all. I never looked at nor sought to look at the ritual required.
But Vecna understood that the concept of gods and godhood implied that there was an understanding that they exist, which then resulted in him pursuing this knowledge. If you confirm his beliefs, the beliefs that those that do not follow him simply did not believe in, then that attracts the wrong attention.
And have you not destroyed the remaining knowledge about this ritual? Are there others who have attempted?
There are other methods. I have destroyed the methods in which Mishra and Denir had used. Vecna Sonton found a new method, which is what I had destroyed as well. For the moment, there should be no further knowledge of this, of ascending to godhood. But simply understanding that, yes, in fact, it does exist. There is a way, regardless of how lacking in knowledge this goal that exists attracts the wrong attention. You tell people that there are gods, and they will try to find out how, rather than dealing with the very present threat in front of them, believing that they can ascend to godhood and fell the Chained Oblivion like that. It is what drove Vecna. Vecna participated in no efforts to stop the Chained Oblivion because he believed that he was pursuing the main goal to eradicate the Chained Oblivion, not even realizing that even if he achieved godhood, he could do nothing, as I can do nothing, as the gods can do nothing.
And thus you have revealed the final knowledge. There is no such thing as too much knowledge, only not enough. If Vecna had the knowledge that this divinity could not help him, or would not, he wouldn't have done it.
God damn it! You keep. Hmm.
I'm the bait blowing a god. Let's fucking go.
You keep stumping me, and I hate that you keep stumping me with all with all your bullshit. um. Ugh, I'm trying to think about what he would fucking say. This rebuttal would come back in like 2 seconds. Swear. But
I'm crafting 3 more rebuttals in my
God,
brain as we speak.
fuck. Please. God,
I'm doing 37 calculations in my head, and they're all wrong.
I'm trained in the iPhone.
We
time
turn
chamber for
to
this.
we go to Aria. We go to Aria.
The debate happens over the span of 8 in real life hours.
God. It's like another tea time session with Vecna. It's like God.
Yeah, if you want, we can continue that over text at some other time, and then
It's
get down to it.
his main argument is just the gods have been in secrecy for the last several millennia, and it's just I can't fucking, my brain, it's late. It's also late for you,
They
which
can't
is
well they're covered now.
I can't even make that
I think
argument that it's late
we
because
win.
yeah, sure.
Late
Yeah.
is
You beat the God Slayer. Now
I mean,
you
if I
have no
was gonna
God.
read it, yeah,
This is
I was
our way
remembering
to
it.
become a god.
There's
There
a
is
time
a-
and place for them to reveal themselves, and now is not the time.
Almost no percent of Brenham's life has he not been awake at this hour.
Yeah,
I've been awake this whole time. I'm just
This
taking
all-
it all in.
this all started when I was living with my grandma, and they had really shitty internet, so I had to stay up until midnight to where there was like no traffic on it to get any sort of usability out of it.
That's unfortunate
Yeah.
and somehow comical.
But yeah, I think I just got.
I think at the end, at the very end, Erud would like eventually agree to the oath under the stipulation that he is allowed to reveal this once the Chained Oblivion is dealt with, and
Yeah,
if
that
I
was-
should fail, in my oath, the information will be revealed. If not by me, but then someone else.
He
I mean, we
would
have some
be.
license to shoot. The oath is not to keep the secret. The oath is to not get a big head about this.
The oath is specifically not to get a big head about it, but also he is also simultaneously trying to ensure that the secrecy of the gods remains. He does also, like he did with Akamara and Rory, specify that certain people can have this anonymity, as you all have, but not like an Akis who is kind of at this point is kind of just a commoner.
It's a need to know basis, not.
Yeah, it's a need to know basis.
You can write your tell-all, but it can't publish until this is all over.
Yeah. But yeah, he would agree to those terms. Yeah, Arya, what is your dream? What's on your mind after being just
Almost
beaten the
killed?
shit out of by Helm twice?
I mean, honestly,
Speaking of the devil.
it felt somewhat, I guess, in her mind, because she kind of influxes back and forth between insanity and sanity. So she's like, I died twice. That hurt a lot, but also no one could say that they fought a god now, so there is a bit of bragging rights to that.
Ooh.
But at the same time, she's like, it's not really bragging rights, more
beat the
honor.
shit out of my god.
Hey, I landed hits. They weren't effective, but
Oh wait,
they
yeah,
weren't
no,
effective, but they were there.
It took me a second.
I mean,
Well, you want
maybe
to
not bragging
brag? You
rights,
want to
more
brag about meeting
honor.
God?
See, the
I-
problem
when
with
the
that
time
is-
comes, not immediately, because one.
So
it's
your
embarrassing
thoughts
that I
are
lost.
probably more. Your thoughts could
It
be
was
interpreted as a nightmare, as your dreams almost recreate the battle that you had. The brief 3 seconds it took for Helm to pummel your ass into the ground.
80 damage in a turn.
But it could be interpreted as a nightmare. You
she would have done it
adrenaline junkie
differently.
fuck are able to interpret it as a like glorious dream of like diving into battle with a god and even being able to like land a couple blows seems nice, seems victorious to you, seems worthy of bragging rights. But as the two of you kind of dish out blows, at one point Helm gives you a right hook that you don't really remember, but as it like lands clean in your face and you stagger backwards from the attack, the space around you is now void black, as the rest of the castle, your allies, the false Hydra behind you, all gone, except for Helm. And upon purchase of his fist into your face, you begin to hear the soft ringing of bells, as if he had just struck a bell. For a small moment before it dissipates, as he looks to you, pulling back and sheathing his blade as he says, Arya Patir.
Yes.
You know me?
I know you now.
And do you know why you are still alive?
I suppose, by your mercy. Though be it, I wish I had power equivalent to that.
Many.
Call it mercy.
Many seek my power. Vecna sought my power. Denir, Mishra. And you see their fates.
Yeah. I do.
Do you know why you have been granted this mercy?
She's thinking. Purpose, calling, reason. You have reason. You might as well enlighten me on them. I'm all ears after all.
It is because you have been proven a valuable asset. One that cannot be simply waved away with a sword and fade like dust in the wind. You are a slayer of the Hecatonkres, a slayer of Hera, the slayer of Hera, a slayer of Dionysus. It is these efforts that coerced Vecna to seek you out, and it is these efforts in which you have proven yourself valuable, a true child of Arvandor, one that can simply not go to waste. And it is because of this that you now continue to your existence with the knowledge of mine.
Indeed.
You have questions, I'm sure.
You consider me an asset. These are words I have heard before. Though be it words from deceivers, liars, demons.
I assure
For
you,
what purpose?
my endeavors are towards the slaying of the Chained Oblivion and all those that have deceived you.
That I can't get behind. I'm a warrior. My duty is to slay that.
Indeed. As a soldier, you bear an oath to use your strength for the servitude of others. And now your oath must be greater than that. As he pulls out his sword and holds it out to you, as he says, with the knowledge of my existence and with my continual aid against the Chained Oblivion, you have become a hand of the gods. This title must not be used for your own self-interests, for your own self-gain. This must be for the betterment of Cerdonia and for the betterment of slaying the Chained Oblivion. Do you swear this oath that I bestow to you?
What do I gain out of this other than the possible satisfaction of slaying that which I want to slay?
You gain my power as a paladin of Helm. And you gain the support necessary and the guidance necessary to continue to better your efforts against the Chained Oblivion.
If my friends, somehow succeed in these endeavors, I want to rule my nation, not as some tyrant, but as someone to be respected.
I am not one that will grant you materialistic possessions. your ambitions and your ego to satiate, ruling over a domain on Cerdonia has nothing to do with this.
My country's been lied to. I've been lied to.
Indeed, and you will slay the demons that have lied to you in an attempt, in the efforts to slay the chained oblivion, but your continual rule of this city, your seize of power has nothing to do with this oath, with this objective. If you wish to, by all means. But your continued efforts must be in service of slaying the chained oblivion.
I understand that. No guarantees for the aftermath, but our goals are aligned. Destroy, kill the chain oblivion, and bring peace to the world, more or less, correct?
Gives a slow nod.
Then that I can agree upon. As she basically just takes a knee to essentially do essentially a knighting sort of situation.
Okay. There's a pause. And then you wake up. You and Erud, after your discussion, which we will have, which we will continue, the two of you also level up.
Yippee!
Last one
Let's
for
go.
the evening is
Hooray.
Lokir. What is on
Hello.
Lokir's mind?
To be honest, he'd be kinda lost, you know? Like his whole purpose was like avenging his fallen friends, but that like kind of went to shit recently. Because everyone in Ithaca kind of, you know, is no
Yeah.
longer there.
Got melted into a big flesh pile.
We've
Yeah,
never really
I-
delved into Lokir's like specific relations outside of just Captain Kinemonas and the people that he had on his crew. Do you think Lokir lost family?
no,
In
no,
Ithaca?
he wouldn't have anyone, but he would have the family of friends he had, you know,
Yeah.
that like still mattered and are no longer there.
Yeah.
So I think he'd be like reminiscing on like peaceful like nights on watch with you know, his former friends or
Okay.
yeah.
So probably visions of tavern hopping and gallivanting through the streets with your comrades. Perhaps
Yeah.
celebrating a victory, perhaps drinking the night away, waiting for either the next battle or the next, or celebrating the last. And eventually, the surrounding music and the ambiance dies down to a point where you can start to hear a sound that has always been present, even though you haven't noticed it until now.
I haven't noticed it.
The noises drone out until you can finally start to hear church bells that ring through the sky. And at one point you feel this ominous presence and turn to see off in the distance, off about 20 feet away, is Helm, the Oath Warden you had seen briefly. a figure you have not actually interacted with, or I believe even like heard of, up until Vecna was slain by this figure. As he simply stands and looks to you. The bells
Okay.
slowly die away.
Yeah, I'm gonna approach him. Hello. You're not supposed to be in my memories.
Dreams have a funny way of altering memories, much to people's own whim. As with a flick of, with a small wave of his hand, the sky grows darker and darker and darker until the space around you is devoid of light, leaving only a void black space and the figure before you.
That's a dick move. Was having fun.
You seek redemption. It is what drives you. Is it redemption or is it vengeance?
Well, it was redemption in part, I guess. Not many people left to redeem myself to, though. They kind of, you know, died.
Yes. You have been through many hardships, Lokia Felhart. That is unmistakable. You have fallen prey to what many have in service of the Olympians, of the demons that had sown through Zalv, the hardships you faced in Silva, your attachment to the Raven Queen, though meaning well, has been not so much forthcoming. Do you understand who I am?
Uh, Someone much more powerful than I am.
Much more powerful than you, much more powerful than the Raven Queen. I am whom she worshipped in the halls of our Vandor before her time in the Shadowfell. It should not be understated. Though you minimally aided in the efforts of ascending Vecna to godhood, you have been spared from my blade because you are too valuable of an asset to be waved away with a blade. Your hardships must come to fruition your hardships must find an acme, a finish. This must be worth something. And I intend to aid you in this endeavor, as I'm sure you have heard many times. You are already a warlock of the Raven Queen. You are already a warlock of an Arvandorian, though faltered in strength. Still provides much strength, much arcane. But now, I wish for you to serve an oath under my name. An oath of devotion towards Cerdonia, towards the destruction of the Chained Oblivion. And with my guidance, and with my newly procured aid, Chained Oblivion will fall. All the demons that have wronged you over the years will fall. This is what I swear. If you swear to me.
Well, depends. Does it require me to give up oath or to my connection, I suppose? I never really gave a clear oath to the Raven Queen, because if he does, then no can do.
One more time, what was the question?
That do I have to choose between him or the Raven
No.
Queen, basically?
No. Your oath to the Raven Queen will still remain intact. I have no ambition to eclipse your attunement to the Raven Queen. Simply an extension more than a replacement of your oath.
Okay then, sure, I'll swear any oath as long as it's
He pulls out his blade and points it towards you as he says, by declaring this oath to Cerdonia, to the defeat of the Chained Oblivion, you are... God, I don't even want to look at the text.
Okay, I'm being misrepresented. What the fuck? That's not the full quote. Fuck you.
Welcome to the fucking club. I don't know if you noticed me being called. Welcome to the fucking club. I don't know if you.
No. You directly said what the quote says. You know? It was word for word at least. Sure,
Okay.
context is missing, but context is not important.
You know, I think personally my quote was misrepresented because my context wasn't there. But okay.
I think I'm being 100%
You are swearing an oath and thus anointed a hand of the gods. Many have held your title, and their ego, their ambitions, seek for personal gain and greed, felled nations. Swear to me that you will use this title only for the betterment of Cerdonia and for the continual defeat of the chained oblivion.
Oh, you don't have to worry about that. My only ambition right now is the death of the demons.
And with that, he pulls his blade away and sheaths it behind him. If your questions are void, I will take my leave. With that, he
Oh, no, I don't have anything to ask.
He turns around, begins to walk away, and as you give a voluntary, involuntary, you're not sure, blink, you awake with a new level.
I can do that. I can blink. What the fuck?
You can blink. Oh yeah, the ring. You can blink in the. I think it would be an
in your
uncanny.
dream, you
Like
have eyes.
this is like your dream.
If
You are
it was
dreaming,
a
and when you were
memory,
dreaming, you've
yeah.
lost your. You've been dreaming about a memory that you had before you were blinded.
Yeah,
so you
yeah,
wouldn't, in
yeah,
fact, actually
yeah.
be seeing through the eyes, and it's a weird feeling not having your vision slightly strafed off to the side at all times. So like you have your raven perched on top of your head, just looking directly. But yeah, you all wake up, leveled up.
I don't wake up.
You never wake up again.
I will never wake up again. That's true. That's a canon fact.
And I think that's where we are going to end the session for tonight. So I'll say we'll end like specific for tonight, but we can generalize what you intend to do shopping wise, preparation wise. So
Get
you
some
all
orbs
want to
and
take. You
a
all are.
suspiciously large amount of chalk for definitely not glyph
A
awarding.
suspicious. Oh my god.
Potions would be nice.
Speaking of,
You know, there's
Or
a
healing
giant
potion.
turtle that you can fill up with glyphs of
Or, you
wording,
know,
just in case.
blinks.
That would
It has a
That was
lot
just
of
becomes a
something there.
bastion. That was just
I
becomes a
have-
bastion of glyph awardings.
I have a couple clarifying questions I need to ask about glyph of warding,
Okay.
specifically in the form of triggers that are acceptable.
Okay.
So I'm just going to go down the list here. You tell me if these are acceptable. Can I have a glyph of warding on my person that triggers when I am reduced to 0?
Yes.
Can I have one that triggers upon being submersed in water?
Yes.
Can I have one that triggers when I'm falling?
No.
No.
Damn.
Okay.
Isn't
That's-
Featherfall a reaction?
It is.
We
but
gotta
also,
keep Featherfall prepared.
also,
boys.
it is like it's the equivalent of like if you jump, that would trigger the
Yeah, I
the
see.
spell.
Air draft. Yeah.
Next, simply just like essentially make one that's a button somewhere on my person.
Yeah, you can do that.
Cool. Put one on a key and have it work whenever I insert the key into a lock.
Yeah, sure.
Cool.
I hate me. My brain is racing.
I'm looking
through
at
all
what the spell is
possibilities.
and what
Every
the
single
effect
one of
is.
these could be used.
And it's
Just on a projectile being thrown.
A large projectile.
On a projectile when I throw it.
The impact wouldn't trigger it, but yeah.
Cool. And last for now, when I've been dead for 30 seconds.
No,
some
because that would
approximation of
trigger
that
as
time.
soon as you went on, or it would trigger as soon as you're dead.
Unconscious or
As
dead?
soon as okay.
Well, you
Well,
have
three
one.
death saving
You would have
throws
one
is
that would.
3 rounds.
You would have to
so
trigger
that's-
one for. You can have one trigger that's for if you fall unconscious, and one if you fall dead. But there wouldn't be able to be a specific like timer for how long you have to be dead in order to trigger that. The trigger would have to be instantaneous.
Casting
So the
time
minute
taken
your
from-
life force is gone,
The minute
you'll
your
trigger.
back is pressed against the wall, is pressed against any surface, you immediately.
If I
The
ever
moment your
go
pod
prone,
stops
43
beating.
bombs go off.
If I ever go prone, master.
The minute your heart stops
I
beating,
have to sleep
that's-
standing up.
Is casting time a factor? In a go I don't think it is.
Dude, I
I
don't
figured
think
the
so.
casting time happened.
I think the
when you-
casting time would
big
would
lift
be
forward.
either would be something equivalent to
Yeah, I think.
would be something equivalent to any added time in actually casting the glyph of warding, or would have something to do with how long it takes to actually cast the glyph of warding. What's with all the con saves? Stop it.
I was
Stop
just
it.
looking at it. I took
You
I
rolled a
took
1.
Warcaster.
One of those.
I took Warcaster, so now I have advantage.
Oh.
Yeah. Cool.
What are you
I'm
doing for
going
HP
to.
again?
Can
It's
I
max,
send
right?
a fucking screenshot from this doc you have sent me? It's going to be one of the squares specifically because it's a very funny wording. I'm putting this in quotes.
Yeah, that's fair.
no.
Yes. Oh, I know exactly which one you're talking about.
HP we gain, is that max or is it just average or whatever?
You send a document? God.
It's so over. It's simply so over.
Holly, you gave me
right?
cancer?
Not the 10-minute
You
cancel.
gave me
Would-
cancer, Holly?
would
You
you-
got it's a
would you like-
cancer ray?
Would you like to hear how the 10-minute cancer grenade works?
No, I don't want to.
You're gonna
Hey,
find out
I
if you want to hear it
actually-
now or
I'm
later.
gonna find out, and that's what I
Okay.
want to know.
I
Honestly,
have-
that's
I'm way
better.
too fucking
I have
tired.
a question
Remember
about wrist pocket specifically.
Yeah.
Wrist pocket only has somatic components,
Okay.
and the phrasing of subtle spell is that it gets rid of verbal and material components, or
Yeah,
not verbal and somatic.
Mm-hmm.
So
But-
is wrist pocket just as is uncounterable?
Still concentration.
Okay, it's concentration, but it like
But yeah,
Well,
if
I don't
subtle
think you
it,
need
it
to
can't-
use subtle spell on it ever. You can't
I mean,
counterspell it.
What happened when we attempted this, because I did subtle spell that. Yes, the spell could not be counterspelled, but because your victim was looking at his fucking spell book, he still saw that it went missing and could ascribe that to me. So yes, it can't be counterspelled, but they can still say, "Hey, you fucker, you're probably the guy who took that shit. I'm gonna murder you."
Yeah, okay, I get that.
Yeah. So largely uncounterable with some limited exception. I have now worked out an uncounterable form of this.
Oh boy.
Question with the HP. Do we get the max benefits or do we just
Max,
take
yeah.
average? Okay, max.
I'm at 136, baby. I was so close to taking the tough feat to bring it up to 156.
I'm at 90.
You know, you might have, you could have survived one attack from.
I'm at 86.
You could have survived one.
Maybe.
You know?
If you were really lucky too.
Maybe.
Yeah, if you were really
Maybe,
lucky.
dude. Oh my god.
I can survive. I can now survive infinite attacks, which is cool.
I feel like I should counter this by giving the max HP to NPCs. Because I'm still using the
Sure.
average, which is the calculator.
No.
Oh,
I
you know,
should be.
I just had
I
one of
feel
those
like we
funny
should
brain
only
chemical
apply the
moments.
hostile NPCs if we're going that route. Like a commoner should not have maximum benefits
You are
because that's
facing
just what,
nothing
4?
less than 6 purple worms at a time.
Hey,
Guys,
look.
I just had a wonderful idea. With my with my 10-minute cancer grenade, I can cast hold
Okay.
person as well.
Oh my god.
Maybe
Cast
Now
what?
let's keep the cancer. How about hold monster because hold person is limited.
You already
if you're
have a
fighting
fucking.
things.
Oh my god.
I'm
Yeah, I
forgetting to
think-
have a monster. Right, I
I
think that's. a hard
think the
one.
glyph
Oh, no, I have
holding
whole monster.
things was a massive mistake on your part.
I would say so.
You
Yeah.
have made
You know what? I fucking dug
groundbreaking
my grave.
changes.
I fucking dug my grave. I'm gonna.
Yeah,
Well,
the
you know,
a lot of
implication of your
commit-
You can
actions.
only do that how many fucking times a day?
Let me see.
How many glyph awardings can you make a day?
Depends.
3, 6, 8 a day.
8.
A day?
Yeah. Oh, hold on.
Massive,
Sorry.
massive mistake.
I almost forgot. I
Oh, yes,
can
so-
do 9 a day with a short rest.
Mm-hmm.
Humongous mistake.
Can't forget about that.
Purely
okay.
catastrophic.
Wait,
Can't forget about
Live-
that.
Hey,
Where's-
next
where's
level I can do
warning?
10 a day. Oh no, because I'll also have more spell slots. Yeah, it's only going up.
When you say next level, do you mean 11 or 10?
11.
Okay.
Because I'll
Oh,
not only
wait,
will I
are you
have more spell
saying? Are
slots,
you
but also
saying?
I'll get 6 levels
8?
back on a short rest.
Are you saying 8 because with the implication that you're long resting, so you get twice your.
No. 8 is my 3rd, 4th, and 5th level spell slots.
Oh no. That's just how
To
Oh,
be
my
fair,
God.
you also have to use the spell slot of the spell you're casting into it. So if
True.
any of those are higher than 3rd level,
See, the thing is, a lot of these spells that I do want to just have like on standby don't need to be upcasted at all.
yeah, but the cancer grenade.
The cancer
But
grenade
the
is
cancer
the
grenade.
exception there. That requires 2 4th level spell slots. I can't even.
What
So
the
I can
fuck is
only
the
do
cancer
2
grenade?
I can only do 2 cancer grenades a day.
Remember what happened to those bugs in the cages? That
Yeah.
you throw it.
Okay.
Yeah, no,
That
I
would-
figured that's exactly what it was.
A little note about how Glyph of Warding works with concentration spells. It maintains its effect for the full duration, no concentration required.
Okay, then why didn't you slip a cancer grenade into a Helm's pocket?
Helm's
It's-
pocket.
You would simply decide to
Okay,
succeed on all of
so
them.
Yeah,
madness
yeah.
with the glyph awarding aside, what is our plan in Ampharina? You are able to teleport into Ampharina. After about a day's worth of travel through the Underdark. What is the
only
goal here?
thing-
Do we want to talk to
Talk to her.
Don't
the actual-
fuck.
God damn it. Who we wish to speak with the Ampharinian Council, or do we want to put all of that communication through Cirilla?
The court is in Giantomachy.
Okay,
The entire board.
that makes the decision pretty easy. So we'll simply
so
do
is
some
Cirilla.
restocking.
Yeah.
We'll do some restocking in Ampharina, just whatever purchases need to be made.
Mhm.
That will include me getting all the resources to copy Vecna's entire spellbook.
Of course.
Fuck. If I can find
The
the
only thing-
materials, if I can find any materials to do the modifications to the familiar, like Vecna had done, I would like to do those as well.
Oh yeah, because you have his entire fucking spellbook. Oh. Now
So
I gotta
those
make
can be on
mechanics
glyph
for
awardings
that.
now too.
Several mistakes were made.
All I want through this shopping, if I can afford it,
guys, how did I not realize? I can make a 10-minute cancer spider.
10-minute cancer spider.
Why a spider though?
Guess that's not my familiar with
Big
spider.
spiders.
Oh God. Okay.
You and spiders.
Are we gonna actually
seems
buy
right.
anything? I swear to God.
Yes.
I'm
right.
probably gonna buy orbs and more material components.
Or
I
material
just want to
components,
find a +3
yeah.
dagger.
right.
Yay, more orbs.
Oh what?
Yay.
+3 dagger.
All right, I'll think about the price for that.
Also, could you send me the stats for what a vestige actually do?
Oh yeah.
You just have that now.
Because my ass is keeping
items.
that.
I'm surprised I haven't given everyone access. to that.
Automatic crit
Was it
on
not
spell
for
hits.
override?
Smile.
Oh my god. I forgot how powerful
It
it
has
is.
some
It's
good
broken
weapon
as fuck.
hits. It has some good weapon stuff as well.
Plus a +5 on your saves.
Time to give myself fucking.
Brenham, you already have access to it. It should be in a folder called items, and it should be in the group 4 folder.
I see.
Okay.
All right.
I'm going to go ahead and pick up what's right here. I'm gonna pick up 4 more preparation orbs, one of which I will make a +3 orb to replace my ruby.
So how many orbs do you have flying
My
around?
God.
This will be
Yes, the whole solar
14.
system. It's fine.
14, but one of which will not be flying around. It will be in my hand.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Holy shit.
Well, as long as one of them's in
My
your hand.
fucking God. It's like Magneto.
Yep.
As a reminder, I can cast 2 spells.
Man, it sounds like you need some glyphs of warden.
I have
I'm
fucking
We can hook you up.
here being able to cast fucking 25 spells per day, and I'm here with my
He just, fucking Agamero just gives you a spell book, but it's just a bunch of glyph of wardings on the different pages.
I mean, it's a
I could
very
do that.
very primitive form of scrolls, basically, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
glyphs are
basically just a
what
bunch of spell
giants
scrolls
use.
and a book.
And the way you differentiate is like you have the name of the spells on top of the page.
Wait
you
a
know?
minute. I'm a master scrivener now. I can make actual scrolls for cheaper.
The only problem
Fucking
with Glyph of
God.
Warding scrolls is that the targeting does not allow you to throw a fireball at somebody else. It can only be cast at your own feet.
Yeah,
Yeah, fuck it. I'll take resistance to fire with fucking.
that's why
what do you
Vecna
call
picked
it?
Burning Hands as the spell all over his coat, because it was just a cone that would just be sent out in the opposite direction of him and towards the person that hit him.
My temple
Yeah, but
ability's
that's the
gonna be
coward's
nice.
way. I have the Deathworker's word, like, and I can give myself resistance to fire, and then I can turn myself into a
To a
what's
fucking
the
dive bomb.
non-bannable word of saying it?
So
fucking
you become a
dive
kamikaze agent.
Yeah. I use my bonus action to use my wings and just fucking dive into the enemy.
I mean,
Fucking ghost yourself.
you guys are lore wizards. Can you make all the damage types psychic? Because then we're
No,
immune.
psychic is.
Okay.
I could if I had a spell of that level in my spell book that does that damage type. It's really
Oh,
weird.
that's
like
right.
that.
You work on different rules than me.
Yeah. But now I can make spell scrolls for half cost and time.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Wait,
Yeah.
on top of glyphs of warden?
Is there anything aside from shopping that you all wish to do in Ampharina?
I would probably start like mass producing spell scrolls.
I'll be doing my
shopping.
spell research. 250.
Don't kill me now. This is a
I
mistake.
don't have anything specific.
We tried to tell you, and you said nah.
Yeah, no.
I will democratize the means of power to the common man. Parentheses non-spellcasters.
I'm getting 2 more spell crystals, by the way.
How
But
long
you know,
do
you
you
could
intend
do
to
that.
stay in Ampharina?
Like pit stop, not long at all.
We got a few stops we gotta make because we gotta do Infarina, Giant Monkey, Acadia.
We have to go through
Then,
Gigantomachy, but I think we should like show up, say hi, say bye,
Mhm.
because that's we're coming back there. That's the actual stop. So there's that.
I should remind. I don't know if this is just if I'm just restating information that doesn't need to be restated. But one of the things that Helm had mentioned to Akamaro and Rory about uniting the front was that the court was already doing something like that, and you should consult them about that.
Yes. To our knowledge, that has been limited to them just like taking land, right? Because like we just
It's been
discussed them having, like,
it was a
different
little more
languages.
implied that something outside of your knowledge is being done.
Okay.
Because at the moment it just seems like, oh, they're taking over Ilios as a way to take they're taking over Ilios to fight against the demons. But so far they've been doing it under a isolated, independent front. It was alluded by Corellin that he was going to do something a bit more cooperative, but now with Helm it seems a bit more like, yeah, he's doing something that you don't know about. You should probably go talk to him about it.
Please investigate the plot hook.
Please.
All right.
I worked
I
so
guess
hard.
we'll go talk to him.
I worked so hard on that thing, but thank you.
Talk to him.
I get to do booming.
My
What
bad,
did
Rosie.
you
Yeah,
like? You just
now.
repeated what I said. I don't think you made any fucking joke.
That's most of what I do, honestly. I just say words.
Yeah, but sometimes there are implications for you know. This
Right,
time it was just
the cost for spells is 100 gold per level, correct?
In Anfarina, it is 200.
Was it 100 in Gigantomachy?
Mm-hmm.
Or fucking
in Uruk? Yes.
In Uruk. I will do it in Uruk this time so I don't fuck myself.
Well,
I think they're
normally
limited, though, aren't they?
And also, Uruk is not allowing you to keep the spells. It is allowing you to write the spells, but that's it.
That's what it was. So you had to
Yeah.
do it there.
We can take a longer stop in Uruk, if that's okay with y'all. I'll triage and only take spells that I need to at the moment.
Uh-oh.
And all is right with the world.
You were so quick, you were just on the trigger.
I knew it was gonna happen.
Have I gotten any news from Lee?
Yeah, I know
They
you're talking about.
smell. Yeah, I can't remember her name.
Me neither. You've been getting your, like, honestly, I think it would be very funny that, like, there's this, like, deafening silence after Helm disappears and you just hear, so nothing's been going on. I think everything's pretty much all right. We haven't heard anything about this. It's just like you're just hearing this after just seeing Helm. Just no, so she's been giving you basically like nothing new. Everyone's still trying to find the Anemoy, but nothing's come up in the last week.
All right. Doing a little bit of triage here. I think I'm going to do Blink, Dispel Magic, Glyph of Warding, and an Anti-Life Shell, 3 third levels, and a 5th level. That is 14 hours.
Okay.
So a day?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
You do a day.
Go ahead and mark that all down.
And that's happening in Uruk. So are you all actually staying in Ampharina?
I think we're making a stop.
If we're not,
Honestly, do we need anything in the arena?
I mean, there is some other shopping here, but I think all that shopping can be done in Uruk.
Does it? We gotta talk to. Who was it?
No.
That might have been Giant Tamaki.
yeah, the court is in Giant Tamaki. You're thinking about Gond. He's in Beator.
Yeah. Which is on the way to the Forbidden East? In the Forbidden
It
East?
technically is, depending on which direction you leave Zavin. Like if you went from Tanaro, like I made a joke about, I like snickered at like Tanaro being mentioned as like a way to get to the Forbidden East, and I was like, yeah, you could totally do that if you wanted to pass by Devil Continent, but you could certainly do that. But yeah, if you want to go,
we're doing anyways.
but Tanaro does have a harbor if you want to go from there to Beator. You can.
Is this a round world?
Can we circumcise the
No,
globe?
it is.
It's a round world.
You said it wasn't.
Okay.
What?
What? Yeah. Cersei
I
and
said this shit.
Cersei and
The
gang
flat
left,
earther.
left the
More
harbor
flat
of
earther coming
Rosmoen
in.
to go to the other side of the.
I said back before the groups had merged, we were talking about Group 4 going to the east, and I said,
Yeah.
we're in Ampharina, we're not that far, we'll just sail west. And you said
Yeah.
no. You said no.
I said
No,
that
it
was a
was
thing
gonna
you
be
could
like
do.
2 weeks. Yeah, it was gonna be like 2 weeks.
could have sworn you said that's not how that worked, and that it was a flat Earth.
No.
I think you're simply schizophrenic.
I
That's
think you were
true.
asleep. I think you were dreaming that.
Okay. Just remember that Glyph Warding has an very expensive material cost, so that cuts down
Yeah.
some of my plans here.
But we need to go to Beator
I think
anyways,
I think
right?
this might be major spoilers, but honestly, if the world was flat, this campaign would have been over in like before it even started.
Interesting.
Because the Chain of Oblivion is in it, so he'd be under it.
No.
Oh my
Chained
God.
Oblivion just
But
falls.
close.
There's so many instances in this campaign where I
My
wish
God, the Chained Oblivion is
like Splints just have a gun. This world absolutely needs more guns. I hate to say it.
No, I don't
I
think
think
it
we have
needs more
all the
guns.
guns we
No,
I think it's.
no.
I think
It is-
Splint should
It
honestly.
is, but I
Splint should
think a
honestly
grenade launcher would
stay
be fun.
in the depths of the Underdark with all of his other gun
Yeah.
friends.
Yep.
One has
I
both
agree.
bad news and a grenade launcher. Both of those things
You
are
know, I
something
would
that he
totally
has
love a
and has
hand
used.
cannon or a freaking grenade launcher. I don't need a dang overpowered sniper rifle. Just give me, a minigun at best. Like,
You
I don't
know,
need
a
he's
sniper
gonna-
I just need a
Minigun.
yeah, just a 4G10
Yeah,
assault
sure.
rifle.
What the
Okay,
fuck?
okay, no,
Nothing that bad.
no. To be fair, if Spencer can have a cancer grenade, we should have miniguns.
You know,
Yeah,
guys,
like,
how can we make-
10?
How can we make a
Cancer
minigun
grenade.
out of Ghosts of Warding?
I do have the
ammunition
napalm
costs.
gauntlets.
Remember
You know how much
the
the
cost of Glyph of
ammunition
Warding?
costs?
I will only be grabbing Glyph of Warding 3 hours in, 3 hours out for me.
I should clarify
Oh,
that
okay.
the Glyph of Warding's mechanic is not just going to be a PC thing, and I will make that very clear.
Fuck.
I mean, yeah, obviously.
We're gonna get
The whole
cancer
reason this
grenade.
started was because
No.
he used it on us.
Glyphs of Warding in every 5 foot diameter, 5 foot space on the grid of the map.
Please
Hey,
don't
guys,
I'll
cancel
just
grenade
fly
us.
forehead.
Earbuds have lost power, and it's probably about time for me to go to bed anyways. So,
Good
Yeah.
night.
good
That's
night,
fair.
everyone.
That's fair.
Bye.
I think we're gonna call the session here. I'll let you guys. You all can send me everything that you are going to purchase, either here in Ampharina or in Uruk. But with that, that's gonna be the end of the session for tonight. Thank you guys for coming out, and I will see you all later.
So, yeah.
Later.
Yeah.
Alright. Spencer, question- okay,
Slowly
Spencer's
turning up.
gone.
No, Spencer's gone.
I was gonna just ask him for some spell advice. Man, frick that guy. Oh well. Fine.